between China and the Gulf is still limited. China just export 1% of their, or the Gulf region import 1%, but they're still taking about 80% of their arms from the United States. And even the military presence, China have a small logistic base in Djibouti, maybe 200-300 people, but the United States, they have 25 bases among Gulf states and in the Middle East region with over 40,000 soldiers, and so they're dominant in this. And I think the United States will impact the Gulf region directly by political pressure. You know, you don't have to deal military with China, and if you deal in technology, we will put sanction in your companies. And they already done it with NVIDIA chips. You know, they said if you deal with China, we will stop and restrict your access to our chips, and also in oil, because there is talk they will price the oil in yuan, and that's for America. They don't want that if, which is big if, you know, that was negotiation to sign agreement with the Saudi Arabia defense agreement between the United States and Saudi Arabia. If that's go ahead, and maybe not in the near future, because what's happening in Gaza and normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel become more difficult in this situation. But you never say no. Maybe next year, 2 years, 3 years after, if that happened, I don't think the Gulf, they can have it both ways. They will have a strong energy relation with China, but I think America will restrict them in technology and military. If the Gulf lose their confidence in America, and American, they said we are not commit anymore, I think they will continue what they're doing now. Diverse their relation with China, Russia, India, Turkey, and all over the world. That's the general impact in the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So it's a division of labor and having it both ways in the Gulf region. Let's turn to Yahir to my left, and no, it's Yahir, it's your turn.
To me, all right, okay.
And it's about the wider, my question, because you're an expert on the wider Maghreb region, from Mauritania to Tunisia, Libya. What's the role and perception of China here in contrast to other parts of the MENA region?
First of all, by the way, I would like to thank the forum for this kind invitation and the Friedrich Ebert Foundation for this kind invitation. There's a big difference. The first one is that the relationship has been much longer. I think you alluded to it earlier. The Chinese met with the Maghreb. Maghreb is the western part of the Arab world, where the sun sets, versus the Mashreq, where the sun rises. So they met in Bandung the first time before they were even independent. Egypt at the time was independent, but not the other Maghreb countries, and Egypt is not part of the Maghreb. So that's the major difference, is that the relationship was being built at that time, especially with Algeria, because Algeria was at war of national liberation against France, and the Chinese were the main supporters of that cause. And the Algerians had founded the provisional government of the Algerian Republic in 1958, and China was the first non-Arab country to recognize it. And then they established diplomatic relations with Algeria in December 1958, 4 years before Algeria's independence. It tells you, I'll come back a little bit to the relationship with Algeria, but for you to know that the support that China brought to Algeria is still anchored in the psyche of the old rulers of Algeria and so on and so forth, and the population, because China was there. More recently, the ideology, communist ideology, or what have you, it was based on pragmatism. I do business with anybody, regardless of their ideology. So they started, dealing with even the more pro-Western countries, Morocco, Tunisia, these are more pro-Western, Libya was a difficult case, but it was a part of the policy as well. And so, but in the early 2000s, there was sort of takeoff of relations. And now I focus on Algeria more because the Algerians needed badly housing, construction, and so on and so forth. So it began with that. And the country needed it because the legitimacy of the powers in place needed to tell Bouteflika, who was badly elected at the time, said, look, I give you housing. And so all the companies began coming to Algeria, building, mushrooming, really, there was a lot of construction. And then it expanded to the rest of the Maghreb because the Maghreb was basically the countries themselves were diversifying their relations with all, they were non-aligned, but Algeria non-aligned, but with a lot of love for China, among others. So there was a sort of infrastructure diplomacy. China was bringing, many companies, you had automobile assemblies and so on and so forth, and big bridges in Morocco, in Tangier, big harbors and so on and so forth. And today what you see is even more involvement in or projects that are highly relevant to the Belt and Road Initiative, like the Maritime Silk Road, for instance, with the construction of ports all along the Mediterranean, because, well, also in the Atlantic Ocean, because Mauritania is on the Atlantic Ocean. So you can see these ports being built, and not only that, but the political relations. Political relations have improved with the pro-Chinese, if you wish, with the pro-Western countries. And so they're part of multilateral institutions like the FOCAC, the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, or the China-Arab States Cooperation Forum. So they're involved, and there's some sort of socialization with the Chinese and so on. So the opinion, you asked me, the last part of the question is about the perception of China. The perception of China is very positive. If you look at the Arab Barometer reports of 2020 and 21, you see an evolution, and the majority of actually all the countries in the Maghreb have a very positive opinion. They see roads being built, they see ports, they see buildings, so it's positive. And I know that what increased the positive perception was China's contribution to the fight against COVID in the region by providing medicine, sending medical teams and so on, and that was very much appreciated. There was a big I wrote an article called China's Health Diplomacy, and you can see the difference between what happened with the Europeans and the way the Europeans reacted compared to how the Maghreb states reacted, which was completely different. They were not critical. They didn't say, like my president Trump called it the Kung Fu virus and so on and so forth. No, on the contrary, they were very, initially, you would see the locals, the Maghreb states, poor and all that. When the virus started there in China, they sent medical equipment and so on and so forth, and then China reciprocated. And now they have, for instance, they have factories that produce the vaccines against COVID and so on and so forth. I know I spoke too much.
I was just about to intervene, so thank you for saving me that. And that brings me last but not least to Arato. And basically we can mirror what you described and turn it into a question on Cyprus. So there's a very positive perception in the Maghreb region on China. Is that also true for the current state of Chinese and Cypriot relations? How do Cypriots or the Republic of Cyprus perceive China as a player?
Thank you very much, Hubert. Cyprus and China established diplomatic relations 53 years ago. And all along, it has been a really, truly excellent relation between the two countries. It was a relationship which was based on true friendship, but also on political trust, respect, practical cooperation on a number of issues. But what I would say is the most important political bond between the two countries is their mutual support and very consistent support of the One China policy and the One Cyprus policy. I think this position permeates the entire spectrum of the relations between
Τρίτον λόγο δεν το θεωρώ και τον πιο σημαντικό.
the two countries.
Καλό. Είτε μας αρέσει και όχι, υπάρχει μια διεθνής αντίληψη, όχι τοπικά, αλλά διεθνώς.
New dimension.
Και ξέρετε, πολλές φορές οι αντιλήψεις δημιουργούν και μια πραγματικότητα. Μπορεί εσύ να μην είσαι, αλλά το τι πιστεύει ο άλλος για σένα δημιουργεί και μια.
From that time on, because Cyprus was
Εγώ λέω
a
ότι
very strong proponent of strong relations between the EU and China, and also Cyprus played and continues to play a constructive role. I would say sometimes as a bridge between the EU and China. I think this is also a very favorable part and element of the relationship between the two countries.
ούτε μια χώρα πάρει.
In 2019, the two countries agreed that their relationship would be elevated to a partnership, a strategic partnership, and since then there are initiatives that go along that declaration. In 2021, the two countries signed a cooperation agreement on the Belt and Road initiative with China. That opens really new roads of cooperation for trade, for telecommunications. I should tell you that the Telecommunication Authority of Cyprus has used Chinese technology to upgrade its whole system. But also in other areas like high technology and tourism. Regarding the Cyprus issue, because that's another very important part of this cooperation, China, as a permanent member of the Security Council, has always played a very important role in support of all, I would say, all Security Council resolutions were supported by China, with the only exception, and this is not on the Cyprus problem, for a period of 10 years, 71 to 81, China maintained a very different position on peacekeeping operations. So it was either abstaining or non-participating in the vote of the renewal of the mandate of the Cyprus peacekeeping operation. But in all other resolutions adopted by the Security Council, China as a
Πληρώνει.
member,
Θέλω να πω, αυτός που δεν πληρώνει, να τον φέρουμε.
Finally, the perception is very favorable, both at the citizen level. Citizens view China as a friendly country, primarily because of this one Cyprus, one China policy, but also because of its support on the Cyprus issue, sovereignty, territorial integrity of Cyprus, but also the business community, the academia. There are initiatives taking place in recent years with the opening of two Confucius institutes, exchanges, cultural exchanges, but also from the economic point of view. There is China is a big country with a big market, so all good.
All good, all rosy. High time to bring some shades of grey into the rosy picture and go back to Camille and ask about a player that might not be as positively predisposed. The European Union, a rather weak player in the region, I would start, but that's your assessment to be made. But what is the perception of the EU of China's role in the MENA region?
Well, so there is the perception of the EU and there is the perception of the member states. It's difficult to speak of a European perception of what China is doing in the MENA region, because there is, first of all, no coherent position on China and not very coherent position on MENA either. So when we talk to different European countries, they're going to have like quite different perspectives on both of these issues. So that doesn't help really having a clear vision. Here we see that we have a quite a very positive Cypriot view of China. For some other European countries, I'm from France, for example, we are quite going into the direct, opposite direction, where increasingly China is seen as, there is a triptych in the European position on China seen as a partner, as a competitor, economic competitor, and systemic rival. And in recent years, the systemic rival dimension has grown in importance in some of the European states' vision of China, with this idea that China is increasingly seen as a power that is openly contesting the current global governance systems, but also the Western values and Western-led international order, and that takes place everywhere, but also in the Middle East region. And for Europeans, that can be a concern to have a power that challenges openly, your interests and your vision of the world in a region that is in your direct neighborhood, that is very important for European security, energy security, and that is also an important maritime choke point, as we're seeing now in the crisis of the Red Sea. And so that raises a number of potential risk or concerns from a European perspective. So I mentioned a couple of them, but overall, there is this concern that this may participate in eroding European influence, political influence, and ability to shape political developments in their direct neighborhood. The Europeans are already, they don't need China to erode their own ability to act in the Middle East, but this is, a broader trend that is participating in having European countries being less able to shape things there. There is the question that was raised at some point on what does that mean in terms of port access to critical infrastructures, access to also critical maritime choke points. If you have a player like China that is investing quite massively in port infrastructures in that region. For example, just to give you an example from the French perspective, the fact that the Chinese have been investing a lot in the Khalifa port in the UAE. The UAE is an important country for the French because we have a military base there. And so and there has been some rumors of China leveraging a little bit that presence in Khalifa port to also have a military presence there. And so that, for example, creates a concern for French interest. Same thing for Djibouti. You have the energy security element that we see also resurging, especially in the context of the Ukraine war, where we see that the geopolitics of energy is not finished yet. There is also a question in the broader context of, tech competition between the US, China, the Europe in the middle, and that is also taking place partly in the Middle East. We see especially Gulf countries investing a lot in emerging technologies, AI. What does that mean if they work with the Chinese also on these critical technologies in terms of risk of tech transfers? Same for sensitive technologies like military technologies. To give another example from the French perspective, The UAE, for example, has been conducting with the Chinese a few months ago some military exercises in China using the French fighter jet Mirage. So here again, it creates another risk of transferring sensitive technologies when you have a multiplication of interaction in more sensitive sectors. And finally, there is this broader question, but it's very speculative, of what happens in case of an Indo-Pacific escalation over Taiwan or the broader Indo-Pacific region. We see already with the crisis in Ukraine that the Gulf states end up being indirectly involved in the way they react to, the energy and sanctions issues, the fact that they have helped, some of them have helped the Russians bypass some of the European sanctions. So what can we expect in a case of an escalation in the Indo-Pacific, where the Gulf states, for example, are major exporters of energy to that region and can end up being, playing an indirect role in that region? So there are lots of things that raise a lot of questions, and still at the moment it's difficult to know exactly how to react to that, especially given the fact that Middle Eastern countries, as we've heard, don't look at these issues the same way that the Europeans does. They're on the contrary, they see China as an opportunity. It gives them more leverage and more bargaining power when negotiating with the Europeans or with the US. So here there is a lot of negotiation work to do with them and to explore.
Thank you. That gives me the excellent opportunity to mirror that question and ask how Cyprus, which is a new member state, sees the role of China in the region. Do they share the concerns? What is their perception?
I would concentrate primarily on the Middle East, because this is an area of very, very close, this is an area of, is it working? Yes. It's an area of very close geographic proximity, as you can understand, only a few hundred kilometers from the shores of all these countries, Lebanon, Palestine, and the whole Middle East area. So Cyprus, although of course for over the years it has maintained excellent relations with all countries, including Israel, because of this geographic proximity, we have, I wouldn't say suffered, because suffering is with the people that live in those areas, but we have seen some of the spillover effects of these wars and these conflicts, especially the humanitarian disasters taking place in these countries over the years. So any initiative from anyone, be it the superpowers and of course China, would be very welcome from the Cyprus point of view to bring peace and stability in that area. From, of course, the Chinese point of view, the Middle East is a very big market. It's an area of great investment in this area. So I think China's point of view is it needs stability and peace in the area in order to promote its own interests, its own economic interests. So this is why we have seen, especially in recent years, some moves on the part of China to bring together adversaries, like, for example, Saudi Arabia and Iran, or recently we have seen an effort, a mediation effort on the part of China to bring together the Palestinians, all the 14 different factions of the Palestinians, including Hamas, including Fatah, in Beijing, with the signing of the Declaration of Beijing. All these, we consider them as positive because, of course, they don't solve the problems, but they move in the right direction towards to the quest for peace and stability in the area. Regarding the, I would like to say a few words also about relations between China and Turkey. these two countries have developed their relations, and they have upgraded their relations in many fields, although politically they differ on a number of issues, including on Syria, including on Nagorno-Karabakh, including on Cyprus, but they have succeeded in developing their relations to a great extent. Now there is also ongoing cooperation in the energy sector, especially nuclear energy. And of course, there is an interest on the part of Turkey to join, although it's a member of NATO, and for me this is contradictory, but there is an intent of Turkey to join the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And maybe this will happen in the very near future. Whether we worry about this relationship, I would say no, because we believe that these principles stand of China regarding Cyprus, which, as I said, and I want to repeat it, it's the cornerstone of our relations. One China, one Cyprus policy is really very, very important. So we don't worry that by all these advancement of relations with Turkey will change its policy.
Thank you. Yeah, here I wanted to follow up what you alluded to in the COVID context, this extremely positive perception of China in the Maghreb region. Are there also concerns? Is it all rosy, or there's some bit of the economic rise, the takeover of infrastructure? Is this something that also causes concerns?
In the past, there were issues about the quality or things of that nature, but that has changed throughout the region. But to go back to the COVID or the pandemic, which I alluded to earlier, we have to put it in the historical context. China's health diplomacy, which I call it health diplomacy, is not new. It started right after the foundation of the Chinese People Republic. The first country that received and oversees the first medical mission of China was to Algeria. Right after the French left, the Algerians found themselves, the new state found itself without doctors. And they made a call to the world to provide doctors. So the first mission came in 1963, 1 year after Algeria's independence. Not even 1 year. They traveled by train all the way from China, going through Albania at some point, before getting there. And that mission is still operating on a rotating basis. I visited it last year because I'm doing a paper on that, on how the mission operates, etc. But that's not just for Algeria. And you'll see how I link it with the BRI, with the Belt and Road Initiative. So in Mauritania, which is pro-French, with close relations with France, but they didn't have medical facilities. So the first mission also in Mauritania came from China. And they built for them hospital. Now, when you hear about the Belt and Road Initiative, you think it's all land. I talked about the maritime one, but there is a digital one. Including the Maghreb, they have the digital with Huawei and so on and so forth, satellites, the Arabsat and so on. But there's also the health one. In other words, in the program, if you look at the Chinese documents, in every place that is joining the Belt and Road Initiative, there will be clinics or hospitals being built along the route. So this is just to say that the medical cooperation is not new. So when COVID happened, the Chinese had some institutions in place to assist the countries. And by the way, including a country like Italy, Italy, you remember, was very upset with the EU because it didn't get, you know, the assistance it needed. So it was China that provided. So China in that time helped, if you want to look at this medical assistance, helped 150 countries. So this is documented. This is not, you know, rosy propaganda or what have you. It was fact. And so, and as I said earlier, whether you are communist or you're bourgeois, whatever you want to call it, there is cooperation. For instance, Egypt, my colleague here from Egypt can confirm, Egypt with the UAE started the production of the vaccine almost immediately. Now Algeria produces that vaccine. Now Morocco produces that vaccine. And as I said to my colleagues yesterday, good or bad quality or whatever opinion you may have when you're dying, do you care if it's good quality or bad quality? You want something to protect you. So it's not all rosy. There are issues with the diasporas, with the Chinese diasporas. I've talked to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of China. I said, you know, people complain that your population does not, your diaspora, does not interact with people. You know, they go to the compounds of the factory or whatever they're building, and they stay together, they move together. But it's changing, because now you see diasporas in the Maghreb. I can assure you, if you don't believe me, go to those countries in the Maghreb or elsewhere in the Middle East, where you see those open markets and you have Chinese speaking Arabic, the local language, the dialect of Algerian or Moroccan, and they sell, they intermarry with the local population. Even the embassy, I know this for a fact, organizes weddings, between local people and all. So this is relatively new, because the local people usually do not marry with Europeans, but they're getting married to Chinese men, local women with Chinese men, and vice versa. And there, so now, kids from mixed marriages and so on and so forth. So the development is, there is the perception, and I have to emphasize this point. You may say, why? The Chinese never invaded those countries. For the local people, they never colonized us. And secondly, they look like us. They're brown. They're not, blonde, blue-eyed people. And they mix with the society. They mix. I mean, they are there. They see them, and they look, the Chinese and whatnot. So there is this perception that they, and you have to take into account that one of the most attractive aspects of China to the countries, to the governments, it's the same with Cyprus, there is the non-interference in their domestic affairs. I come, I do business with you, you want to be fascist, you want to be whatever you want to be. That's not my business, it's your country. So I don't interfere in your politics, domestic politics. And that's a fact. So this is something that gives a little bit more attractiveness to China in the region. And then also you have a strategic partnership. Algeria has a comprehensive strategic partnership. Algeria, the close friend. And then the one who is the pro-Western one also has a strategic partnership. Morocco has a strategic partnership with China. So they are, I think China is in a learning curve with the region. They're learning. So they correct their mistakes. They're building, these cultural centers, the Confucius centers and so on, and where they're not allowed, like in Algeria, there was some idiocy where or some members of the government thought that Confucius was some sort of religious figure, which he's not. So the Islamists had opposed the establishment of a Confucius center. So they created classes. And now Chinese is taught in Algeria. So there is this kind of development. They make mistakes, as I said, like the diaspora and so on, but they're correcting them.
I never saw love coming into that panel, and overcoming the downsides of the one-child policy with a Maghreb contribution is definitely something I will take take home with me. I want to continue a bit on the skeptical note and ask Nasser, this One Belt, One Road initiative, the Global Development Initiative, these economic projects that are so beneficial to so many countries have their dark sides, debt threat, the acquisition of critical infrastructure. And some countries seem to be hesitant to join organizations like BRICS or fully benefit, let's say, from the economic offers made by China, one of them being Saudi Arabia. Could you elaborate on this? Is this an accurate assessment?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. You know, if you look to the Gulf region, and you have to differentiate between the Gulf and the Africa. You know, these kind of, you might find it in some African countries, or not from the African countries, it's from Western side, critical towards China and all of them. But in
Wrong choice. It was a 50-50 call. Yeah. Anyway.
But in the Gulf region, despite all of the challenges and the overall relation between China and the Gulf is positive. If you look at the China now and what they're doing economically, they are the biggest trade partner for the Gulf region and Saudi Arabia. They are the biggest contractors in Chinese companies in the Gulf region. Even in investment, green field investment, which is different than FDI, that you build something from zero. China is the top investor in Saudi Arabia and in many countries. And if you look at the government level, public level, all of them, they see China economic role in the Gulf region is positive, welcomed, and everyone encouraging it there. And most of their, especially in Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, there is also boards, they integrated with the BRI and Saudi Arabia, many of their projects and Vision 23, they also integrated with the BRI, the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. And also in a political side, there is a lot of trust between they are operating and they leave the sensitive issue outside, you know, like human rights, democracy, all of that. They think that concentrating in development between the two sides is very positive for both of them. In BRICS, United Arab Emirates joined, Egypt joined. Saudi Arabia is a different issue because Saudi Arabia is the biggest economy in the Middle East, the most influential country for both sides, China and the United States. So they are leveraging their position to extract more concession from BRICS and from the United States, because they are already negotiating with the United States about defense agreement, and they think they are in a position to put their let's say conditions in both sides, and they will calculate the risk and the benefit for them, and then I think maybe next year or the next 2 years they make the next move for themselves. But overall, to put it in essence, I don't think in economy, I'm not talking about security because it's a different issue. Sorry. Sorry about that. I think the experience is positive, and if you're looking ahead, I think the Chinese will be, their involvement in economy will increase in Saudi Arabia and many countries, and I think it will be welcome from both sides, the government and the people of the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Last round of questions, and you're doing well with your discipline, so I'm very proud. Yahia, let's start with you. Algeria has very strong relations with Russia, which is rather unique in the region, in the sense that it counterbalances US influence, maybe EU influence. How does China fit in that equation? Could that diversify, in a way, the foreign policy instrumentarium of Algeria?
Let me give you the history of it, of Algeria's relations, military cooperation with Russia. It was the West's fault. In 1963, there was the Sand War between Algeria and Morocco. Algeria had just come out of a national liberation war, was not very well armed. It was a guerrilla army and so on. So they asked the US and France to provide weapons, and they refused because Morocco is the anchor of Western powers in the region. So the Algerians went to the Russians, and that's how the relationship started. Today, regarding your question, 70% of Algeria's hardware comes from Russia, and they get the best equipment possible from the Russians. So they see it as an existential relationship, this military cooperation. But China has managed to fit in there with Germany, believe it or not, because the Algerians, diversify their cooperation. So what Algeria is getting, when I was younger, I remember we got Chinese AK-47s, which were Russian, but coming from China. Today, China is able to provide some of the most sophisticated weaponry to the Algerians. So it fits well. It's among the top three: Russia, Germany, China. These are the three, and of course there's Italy for the frigates and some for the Algerian Navy and so on and so forth. So I don't think, though, that relationship in the military realm is going to change. Russia will remain. And I'll add something in another dimension. Algerians look at what's going on in the region, and in the region, the biggest event is President Trump's recognition of Morocco's sovereignty over the illegal territory it occupies, in exchange for the Morocco joining the Abraham Accords. So that creates a big headache and a big national security threat for the Algerians. And so in case of war between Algeria and Morocco supported by Israel, who do you think the West is going to support? And who is going to support the Algerians for their own protection? This is what I have been saying in my articles on both Russia, Algeria, and China, Algeria, is that the Algerians are hedging. Yes, we are non-aligned, but when the hard times come, we can rely only on these two, but not on the U.S. Despite the good relationship, there is a strategic partnership between Algeria and the United States, but in times of crisis, they cannot rely on Western powers.
Nasser, we have a time of crisis, just not very far from here. And I want to alternate the question I had in mind for you to update it, basically. If you see what's going on in the confrontation between Israel and the Palestinians, between Israel and Hezbollah, between Israel and potentially Iran, what could be, or what do you think China's role can be in mediation, conflict resolution attempts to constrain what's going on there?
Okay, thank you. If you look, China is still, they put forward many proposals in the Middle East. They have put a proposal for Libya, Syria, Palestine, the Gulf region. But from the Chinese perspective, they are very involved in two areas, Palestine and the Gulf region. The way they see Palestine as the core issue, and it could spill over, and they said what's happening now in Gaza and Lebanon is to prove their point. If you don't solve that problem politically, it will backfire on you. In Chinese thinking, they think that the United States failed. They've been broken for 40 years and they not landed up with 100% pro-Israeli position. And the position taken by many of European countries and the United States is not going to lead to peace. So from China in that issue, China, they're not putting themselves as a sole broker. They are put the United Nations as a center broker and sort the issue through the Security Council. And if you look at last month, the voting in the United Nations, 2/3 of the countries voted for the Chinese, but not Chinese, but allied with the Chinese position, including Cyprus. I think China is not unique position. They are consistent with the majority of the world. And in my opinion, I think the United States is isolated in this issue. And many in the region, in the Middle East and the Arab world, despite all the shortcomings, and they said China, from the West is rhetoric and they can't do anything. But their position in that area is very appreciated, and they think that's the only way to go forward is to two-state solution and make the positions through the United Nations without China alone or America alone. In the Gulf region, this is another issue. It is the most important economic area for China. If you look at when I say Gulf region, I mean GCC, Iraq, and Iran. And if you look at that region, 80% of the trade between China and Middle East in that region. 50% of China total imports is coming from that region. The biggest market for their economy is that region. So stability in the Gulf region is vital and very important for China. And they look to both the players, which is they think they are most influential in Iran and Saudi Arabia. China came later, started with Oman and Iraq and all of that too. But China, I think it's in a clever way. They thought the situation is ripe for, they get involved. Saudi Arabia, they want to de-escalate because they want to concentrate in Vision 30 and the economy. Situation in Iran, economically very bad, and they don't want to escalate in that area. So I think, and that condition is just continuing. I think it will continue for possible future, despite all the challenges, that spill over from Gaza or Lebanon, but I think both sides, Iran and Saudi Arabia, they want what's happening now to continue between them. And I think the Chinese up to now, and maybe in the near future, will be successful to de-escalate between the two sides. If you see the role of China, how I don't see China will play sole role like United States. They can't, mediate but I think China will insist that the resolution of this trouble should be in the United Nations, and that position will continue for many years to come. And I hope they are successful because the region is need that peace and for everyone, for the Palestinian, Israeli, Arabs, Iranian, and everyone. And we see, inshallah.
Thank you. Inshallah for Cyprus. How is? How do you see chances and challenges for Cypriot-Chinese relations in the future, and also for the relations between China and, let's say, the Eastern Mediterranean region?
Okay, as I said before in my first intervention, relations are really good. I should mention that the trade volume between China and Cyprus in 2022 was 1.36 billion. Of course, the biggest chunk is exports of China to Cyprus, and the biggest chunk from that is in shipbuilding. As you know, Cyprus is possesses one of the largest fleets in the world, the third largest in the European Union. So a lot of ship owners, they build their ships in China, which has progressed a lot and it competes now well with Japan. I think that there is a lot of room for improvement of trade relations. Regarding these initiatives of China, especially the Maritime Silk Road Initiative, Cyprus is considered by China, and there is a lot of interest on the part of China, as a very important country, potentially a very important leg of that initiative for many reasons. First, Cyprus is a very important transshipment country. It is the first port, European port, for the vessels leaving the Suez Canal. As I mentioned, also possesses the third largest fleet, maritime fleet in the European Union, 11th in the world. Cyprus is an EU member state. So all these, plus the fact that Cyprus also is a very successful business and services center for Chinese companies that want to operate from Cyprus, and of course it has a very, I would say, attractive taxation system for companies, for Chinese companies, and we have seen in recent years many Chinese companies registering in Cyprus. So from that point of view, Cyprus is considered as a very important country, and this is why we have seen moves on the part of China in recent years to invest. Of course, there is a very big investment in real estate, as you know, because of the real estate, the passport citizenship program that, of course, it ended now. But for a period, China was the biggest investor, the biggest of all investors in Cyprus. So in tourism also there is a lot of room for improvement. Only last week there was the signing of a very important air transport agreement. One of the obstacles is that we don't have direct flights, and this air transport agreement could develop into agreement between air companies to have direct flights, and that of course would tremendously increase the volume of tourism from China. But also in the energy sector, despite the fact that there was a recent disappointment or disaster in one of the contracts that was signed by a Chinese consortium, I think there is still an ongoing interest on the part of China. Cyprus is potentially an important natural gas producer, and I think China would be interested also to invest in the upgrading of ports and helping Cyprus in the development of its natural gas program.
Thank you. Last question, Camille. I think the summary of this panel is that Chinese policies in the region are a success story, by and large. Yeah? And that's a challenge for the European Union, which probably is less successful in its policies in the region. Are there any lessons? And how can the EU deal with this challenge of an increasing influence of China, who seems to do so many things right?
Well, so I don't want to minimize what China is doing in the region, but I want to maybe like just for steering a bit the debate, being a bit more of a more skeptical perspective from the Europeans, because I think the main risk for the Europeans is to overestimate a little bit what China is providing to the region. There is a tendency, there's been a big hype in media reports and discussions about China's investments in the region, which was reinforced also by regional countries, because this precisely gives them more leverage in their conversations with the Europeans. This gives them, to their population as well, a narrative to sell about the fact that they are, international powers that matter on the international scene, that can speak with big powers, including China. It fits into that wider narrative of, the changing global order and how they emerge as middle powers, that can have both relations with the US, with the Europeans, but also with Asian powers. And so I think it's important to have like a nuanced picture of what is happening here, because the risk for the Europeans is to self-sabotage a little bit themselves and their own bargaining power. If I can add a few elements here, like on the economic front, since the launch of the BRI, there were a lot of expectations in the region for attracting investment, especially in countries that are struggling to attract investments. And it's great if there were some Chinese projects that help developing infrastructures across the region. I'm not, minimizing that. But if we look at the overall picture, Chinese FDIs in the regions are very disappointing compared to what was expected initially. There is a number of countries, especially, the most unstable ones, Lebanon, Syria, that were expecting China to come in and help reconstruct these countries, where actually there were very little economic footprint from the Chinese. But even for countries that are more successful economically, the Gulf states have very strong economic relations with China. I'm not denying that. But if we look a bit at the FDIs number, for example, the stock of Chinese FDIs are quite small compared to the size of the Chinese economy. In Saudi Arabia, to give you just an order of size, Chinese FDI stock is about $5 billion. The US FDI stock is double of that, and the EU's FDI stock is 10 times that. So, and we had the same conversation yesterday about Egypt. It's like $1.2 billion of FDI stocks from China. It's $8 billion from the US, and it's 30-something billion dollars from the EU. So there is a risk, and when sometimes we have conversations, same about like ODA flows, etc., there's a tendency to overestimate completely the size of the Chinese financial flows to the region. So I think it's important to keep that in mind. And in strategic sectors also, it's interesting to see it's not just about flows, but for example, in advanced technologies, some of the Gulf states, the UAE recently, which is investing a lot in AI, their key AI company, G42, decided recently to cut ties with their Chinese tech providers to do a big mega deal with Microsoft. And so this change is kind of interesting. This was obviously under US pressures, but we see that when they're forced to make a choice between the US and China, they still prefer to deal with US companies, because they feel that in these advanced sectors, US companies are more competitive, more innovative, and this is the right choice for them to make if they want to be on the right side and be key leaders in that sectors. So that for tech. On the security front, the current crisis is quite, again, telling and interesting. I don't want, again, to be completely negative. I think the role of China in supporting that Iran-Saudi deal, even if it's, they didn't play a major role, it's mainly the Saudis coming to them to sign off something they had negotiated before. But anyways, that role is positive because to some extent it may have limited some of the, wider regional conflagrations, so great. But overall, like during the Red Sea crisis, although the Chinese rely a lot on the Red Sea route for their own trade with Europe, they have been quite absent from the security response. So they have negotiated with the Houthis to make sure that their ships would not be targeted. But we can't say that China has been playing a big role there, and the countries around are aware of that. They don't say it, but the Gulf states, and this is the reason why Saudi Arabia is negotiating right now very hard with the US for a big security guarantee package. It's because they know where their security interests lie. And they know that China overall doesn't really care about the Middle East that much. The MENA region is very far for China. It's, it's important for energy, but like the core region for China, the core interest are in the Indo-Pacific. It's the relationship with the US, it's the relationship with Europe. They don't care about the Palestinians, let's be honest. They position themselves. It's more a message to the international community, the pro-Palestinian positioning. It's a way to advance their political positioning, but overall, and I think that regional countries are quite aware about this. And from a more cultural soft power element as well, which I think is almost often not discussed, but still I think very important. When you have opinion polls and you ask countries in the region, where do you want to live? We did one in Saudi Arabia recently. Where do you want to live outside of your country? People don't dream to live in China. The majority of them want to live in the US and in Europe. The students go to the US and Europe. So I think in that front, it's important for the Europeans to really have a clear picture. Like, I'm not saying that this shift with China is not important. I think it's extremely important, and you have to take it into consideration now in the way you look at the region. But it's important to have a very nuanced picture, to not self-sabotage your own bargaining power in that kind of new, evolving regional order.
Thank you, Camille. I think you put the success story into perspective, which I think is very helpful at the end of the Q&A part as far as I am concerned. Now comes the Q&A part as far as you are concerned. So we have maybe 10 minutes, maximum 15 minutes. So I will take a maximum of 3 questions. It's 1, 2, and 3, and then I cut it, unfortunately. Sorry, yeah. Please introduce yourself and address the speakers if you have a specific question.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your presentation. This is Mohammed Islami. I am Assistant Professor of International Relations at the University of Minho from Portugal. I'm originally Iranian. I would like to thank you for your inputs. I have some concerns, and my question is directly to Erato. Sorry for misspelling your name. So you mentioned about strategic partnership of Cyprus with China. Is strategic partnership something that Cyprus is seeking to develop with China, or you personally believe that it is already existing? Because when you look at the indicators, the numbers, economic security, military, cultural, technologic, numbers are not there. And when you look at the trade rate, it is still there. And on the other hand, we have your main threat, which is Turkey, as probably one of the 2 only countries in the region that actually have developed a strategic partnership with China. Do you think strategic partnership of China with Turkey is sort of jeopardizing your relationship with China or not? And how do you perceive this strategic partnership with China? Because based on the indicators and based on my personal opinion, it's not there, and you still need so much time as a country in Mediterranean to develop a strategic partnership with China. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Jan. I work for the European Commission here in Cyprus. And I have a question for Mr. Yahya. I thought the example of Algeria was very interesting. I actually just moved from Algeria to Cyprus a while back. I wanted to comment a little bit and have a question regarding the relations of Europe and Algeria and China. I think at the political level, you correctly said that China is basically stepping in and becoming more and more important, and I completely understand. I think Algerians are a little bit fed up with Europeans and are happy to turn to China with, for example, constructions of important infrastructure like the new mosque in Algiers and a lot of other things. But I was wondering about the citizen level. You mentioned more marriages between Chinese and Algerians, and that sort of Algerians would think they're maybe more similar to Chinese than to Europeans. And in that sense, I understand again, that the past, the French colonization left a certain distaste, let's say. At the same time, we have 5 million Algerians in France, and when I walk the streets of Algiers, people come up to me and talk to me in Derja because they think I'm Algerian, Kabyle, you know, which is amazing. You know, a lot of people do not know that Algeria is very diverse and a very, very interesting place, I must say. And so, in that sense, also marriages, you know, like culturally, that it left a mark. So I think that Algeria, of course, it's so big. You have the south, you have the north, but okay, most of the population is in the north. That the cultural link between Europe and Algeria is still
strong.
very, very strong.
Yes.
Of course, it can diminish over the time. And I think that the Chinese relationship, now the citizens, the Algerian citizens and Chinese citizens, that the gap is still so huge. Even if you go, you know, Chinese restaurants, there are really enclaves in Algiers where you will never see a non-Chinese person, and perhaps very, very slowly. But my question would be, do you really think that this can, you know, that Algerians would be sort of become better friends with Chinese than with Europeans? Yeah.
Can you just pass on?
Yes. To whom?
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name's Amanda. I'm from the European Policy Centre. It's a think tank in Brussels. I have two questions. The first is related to Chinese disinformation in that region. What is the impact of this, particularly at a societal level? And the second question is about Cyprus-China relations, because you talked about it very enthusiastically, you know, trade, investment, the strategic partnership and whatnot. But how does this correlate with the EU's approach towards China, which is now all about de-risking or decoupling? Isn't there a conflict there?
Okay, I suggest we go in reverse order of the speakers, and if you ideally combine your answers with any final remarks you want to make, so we can wrap up within the time framework we have. Aratos, so therefore the floor is yours.
Yes, I think the two are very related, the first one and the last one. And this is regarding, I would say, the challenges, because I didn't mention the challenges in my third intervention, and there are indeed challenges. Because when we talk about strategic partnership, of course, how we view this strategic partnership is primarily in the areas of trade, in the areas of energy, in the areas of culture, in the areas of telecommunication, and not in any military or weapons area. First of all, this partnership is very, very new. I mentioned it was agreed in November of 2021 on the 50th anniversary of the diplomatic relations of the two countries. So it's still an infant, and there is a lot to be done. I think we are working, both countries, in that direction. But of course, the big challenge is to balance our membership in the European Union. And of course, this is our primary relationship. And we have to adhere, of course, to all the EU regulations and any other restrictions that will be agreed within the European Union context regarding China. So this is our primary challenge, I would say, balancing our economic interests with China with our adherence to the EU membership and to the EU regulations. And of course, we will do that as we have done in other countries that we have suffered economically. For example, sanctions with Russia, we have followed strictly the sanctions against Russia. But I do hope that we will not come to that point of any severe restrictions regarding trade or now, the other question was about Turkey, and I think I have covered it in my intervention. I don't know if you were here when I covered it. Turkey, yes, it is an important partner of China in many, many, many fields, but so far at least we have not witnessed any change in the position of China. Of course, Turkey is a very big country, strategically located, much bigger in size and population. So there are a lot of economic interest on the part of China to invest, to sell its products. Cyprus is a very small market compared to Turkey. But as it happens with many, many other countries that we have excellent relations, their respective relations with Turkey has not affected the way they see us. And as I said, one of the biggest and most strongest bonds between our two countries is this one China and one Cyprus policy. And I think that this is not going to change. Thank you.
Jan, you'd be surprised that I agree with you. I didn't mean to glorify or intensify or amplify what I was saying, but there are things that are new in the society. If you talk about the Chinese diaspora in Algeria, even when at the peak was 80,000. So there's geography. Algerians are closer to the Spaniards, to the French, to the Maltese, and to others. So, but there's a slight change happening. Of course, Algeria is very diverse. I'm Kabyle, I mean, like you, right? But we do have that. But if you, let's say, when I was your age and was in Algeria, for instance, maybe I was younger than that, but still, it was inconceivable that the Chinese would marry an Algerian. Inconceivable. Now, it's happening. How many are getting married? It's not in the hundreds of thousands, there are a few. But I wanted to mention it to say that there are things that are happening that are different. That's what I was saying. But the attitudes towards the Europeans is changing dramatically, because even the diaspora or the Franco-Algerians are leaving France, for instance, because of the rise of the far right, because of the, you've heard, I mean, Le Monde had a big article on how Algerian doctors, French, but from an Algerian origin, are leaving France, lawyers and so on. Now, these are not the law, the guy in I'm going and going illegally and so on and so forth. I'm talking about people who are really established, who've been there for a long time or who were born there, are living there seeking opportunities in the Gulf. And that's in Le Monde, this is not Yahya Zubair saying it. So there is a change. And my friend Camille said, nobody wants to live in China. There are people who are going. I put my niece at Fudan University to study. She doesn't want to go back. She loves it. She had the opportunity of being with my brother in Switzerland, but she prefers to be in China. So yes, it's one individual, it's a few hundred individuals, but look at a few, hundreds of Maghrebis now are in China, and they're integrated in the society. Yeah, they will never get the citizenship and so on, but they're living there, okay? So I don't want to minimize, even when Camille was talking, I agree with her. The European, EU investments in the Maghreb, and I said it, I think, are much greater than what China is investing. Algeria was the largest recipient in 10 years. I think it got $23 billion. And the trade is $9 billion between, and people think it's big. It's not, but it marks a change. The big change, if you want to know, the big change is at the political level. You have a country, since you live there and you know that, politically, Algerians are very, very concerned or very attached to having an independent policy. I do business with whoever I want. I buy weapons from Russia. The US Congress condemned. The Algerians responded basically, who are you? to tell me what to do. It's this mentality that is changing. This is, I want to be independent. I want to keep an autonomous foreign policy. You know, you want to do business with me, I do business. The proof is, I just said, with weaponry, I deal with the Germans, I deal with the Italians. These are Europeans. Algeria has now a close relationship with Italy because it feels that Italy respects its foreign policy. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you. Sorry.
Massa. Any final comments? Any final? No, I just tried to catch you off guard. That was the entire point. No. Any final comments? No. But if there's anything final you want to say from both of you, then we do the organizers a favor and finish a bit earlier than the time slot allocated to us, even so we're running late for reasons we're not responsible for. So my thanks go to my 4 fantastic panelists and their great input and their discipline in keeping time and being to the point. I really enjoyed chairing you, and that's an honest statement. Thank you for listening. I hope you got out of it what you wanted to get out of it. I'm pretty optimistic that we delivered on what we promised. So enjoy the lunch break. Thank you for coming.
It's great. I think it was great.
Thank you so much. I meant what I said. It was a treat. No, I mean, this was the last, and it was more than. And if we had more time, I would have stopped you. But you had said what you wanted to say, so nobody.
So nice meeting you.
Likewise. It's a really
Hope
pleasure.
to meet again in some other forum.
God willing, we will. Hi. Thank you.
Where would it be possible to find your articles and papers on the topics that you mentioned?
If you Google me, you will find. But you can send me an email and you tell me which article you're interested in. I promise to send it to you.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. بصح شفت البنت يعني كارهه الصين كره كبير.
ما اعطانا، انا كنت
ما
بدور
كنتش
عليها بالختام.
وانا كنت نستنى ننتظرك اسئله بس هتشوف راح فيه يعني فرق كبير بين الاوروبيين يعني النظره نتاعهم نتاع الصين واحنا نختلفوا تماما.
لا وهو خلاها بالاخر حتى تسب.
Good night was لا والله it was a good question.
History of Cyprus, like what is
Ένα, δύο. Ένα, δύο. Ένα.
say someone on the side, actually. I don't want to overshadow the discussion.
nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility, foreign policy, energy, environment, justice, and strong institutions, research, innovation, infrastructure, education, research, culture, health, and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change.
Moving to our next discussion,
a panel on the interconnectedness of Euro-Atlantic security and the 5 Cs, focusing on the strategic significance of the Eastern Mediterranean.
I think that's our cue, right? Are we good to go? Excellent. So thank you everybody for joining us in what is destined to be a fantastic panel. We've got a wide array of experts on the region, but not just the region. To my left, I have Mr. George Gremmelis, who was the principal advisor to the Greek Prime Minister on energy, environment, the circular economy, and other things, amongst those, and climate. And also an honorary director of the European Commission, right? To Mr. Gremmelis' left, we have His Excellency, the US Ambassador to Cyprus. Then we have the British High Commissioner to Cyprus. The High Commissioner's left, we have the MD for Europe of the European Diplomatic Corps, the European External Action Service. And then to the left, we have an Associate Fellow of Chatham House, Dimi Kavouras, who is also an expert on the East Med. So it's, we're going to have some critical thinking and academic instead as well to reflect the political remarks, just throwing it out there. So if you'll allow me a brief introduction before we get underway. This topic pertains to a project I'm personally interested in, and to a large extent draws from the US understanding of the region, which is why I'm delighted to have the US ambassador as well here. And that relates to, as we heard on the screen, to the security dimension, but also how that's interconnected to broader European security. And in one sentence, I can say it's about the impact of developments in the Eastern Med, or the lack thereof, on broader European security, either directly or indirectly. Now we're a bit short on time, so I'd like to just spell out the rules a bit for our panelists to make sure we have an orderly discussion, and also that we stick. I'm happy. I'm happy somebody laughed. You know, positive developments. You know. No, I'm not going to. I promise I'm not going to silence anyone. But just to have kind of a roadmap, there'll be brief introductory remarks starting from the British High Commissioner, 5 to 7 minutes, if we can achieve that, and then we're going to go into. I'm going to try to ask a follow-up question. If we can keep that to 2 minutes. I'm sorry to be restraining you, just being conscious of time. And then we're going to take questions from the audience, and then we'll try to wrap it up within an hour, which is what we've been allocated today. It might be a bit tight, but I'm sure we'll do our best. So with that said, Mr. High Commissioner.
Thank you. Is this working? Hello? Hello? Yeah, now it's working. Okay, good afternoon. Pleasure to be here. Thank you so much to the Cyprus Forum for convening this panel, and to George Hadjipavlis for moderating for us. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's always a fascinating forum and event, and I hope today's discussion will be the same. So I'll try to be brief. So since Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine in 2022, the challenges of Euro-Atlantic security have become both clearer and more complex. As a result, we've all spent huge amounts of time thinking about and discussing the impact on regional and global security. And I think there are a number of conclusions we can already begin to draw. So one, Russia's flagrant disregard of international law, the principles of state sovereignty and territorial integrity, have posed a challenge to the rules-based international system. The actions in particular of a veto-wielding UN permanent member of the Security Council has resulted in a loss of confidence across the world in the enforceability of international law and international legal principles. It risks normalizing adventurism and rule-breaking and the logic of might is right. And this has got to be a concern for all of us who believe in the importance of shared values and principles guiding and moderating international behavior. And it's obviously even more important for smaller states like Cyprus. The consequences of this weakening of confidence in the international community's ability to enforce international law are already being seen in other theaters. Azerbaijan's military campaign to take control of Nagorno-Karabakh, the nature and scale of Israel's assaults on both Gaza and now Lebanon, and the Iranian-backed Houthi group's indiscriminate attacks on commercial shipping can all be linked to this changing context and increases the risks and threats that we all now face as the world becomes a more dangerous place. To the increased global economic insecurity has had clear economic impacts as well on all of us. The premium we have all paid as global consumers in higher prices due to higher inflation and the impacts on supply chains, commodity prices, and energy shocks have been painfully clear to all of us. And they're already impacting domestic politics and elections across the world through the rise of populism and the growth of protectionism, neither of which are really solutions to these problems. So pricing in the economic impact of this increased instability is essential to weighing up the overall benefits and risks of any policy responses. 3, the dramatic impact on energy markets has been particularly clear given Russia's importance to the global oil and gas sectors. And although this has led to some short-term pain for European citizens, the longer-term impact is already clearly positive. The move away from reliance on Russian gas and oil and the boost this has given to drives for alternative renewable sources of energy are hugely beneficial both to European energy security and our efforts to tackle the climate crisis. Now, in all these areas, the strategic significance of the Eastern Mediterranean is clear. Linking 3 continents and directly impacted by the Ukraine and Levant conflicts, as well as the energy and cost of living crises, the region has an important role to play in the global response. And again, I'll try to draw a few observations around this. Firstly, one unexpected side effect of Russia's horrific war in Ukraine has been the clarity it has helped create for some countries, like Cyprus, who had in the past sought to balance their relations between Russia and the West. It's now clear to everybody that there can be no such viable balancing for any EU state, and Cyprus's choice of an unequivocal Western strategic orientation is very welcome. Secondly, it's made clear that greater international cooperation and solidarity in our collective efforts to strengthen established international norms and values is vital. Cyprus's support to regional evacuations of civilians caught up in conflicts, as well as its initiative to drive a Gaza humanitarian maritime corridor, are good examples of just this sort of much-needed cooperation. Thirdly, the importance of energy interconnectivity has become much clearer. The UK, like Cyprus, is an island nation, but despite the challenges of our geography, we realized early the importance of energy interconnectivity, and the UK is now interconnected with 5 of our neighboring countries via seabed cables, boosting our energy security and resilience. Efforts are already underway to increase energy interconnectivity in the Eastern Mediterranean. But the reality is that the projects being proposed are more complicated and costly because of political challenges that remain unresolved in the region. And I hope the increasing clarity of the costs of political instability and insecurity can help with a renewed and more creative push to resolve regional problems such as the Cyprus problem. Finally, the importance of increased cooperation in our security and military policies in Europe remains essential. The new UK government has reaffirmed its commitment to NATO and set the goal of reaching a new security agreement with the EU. In addition, we are all having to reconsider our military industrial capacity and our overall spend on defense. And the more we can adopt a harmonized and coherent approach to our security and military policies in the Euro-Atlantic area, the more able we will be to effectively defend our interests, our values, and our citizens. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the debate that follows.
Thank you very much, High Commissioner. Not only was that fascinating, but it was also right on time. So thank you for that. Shall we go to the Ambassador of the United States, Ambassador Fisher? The floor is yours.
Okay. Working? Yes. Super. Listen, thanks very much. It's great to be back at the Cyprus Forum and to be on a fantastic panel. I will tell you, George, that I took note of like your scene setter question, which I'm pretty sure encompassed, I don't know, about 20 different issue sets from migration to energy to political military affairs. So I took that as a license to let's just, really think about the big picture of what's going on, and we can drill down specifically as you'd like. Look, in addition to a lot of what the High Commissioner has said in terms of recognizing where we are post-February of 2022, really I think for the United States, what has become increasingly clear is that, there is just an incredibly fierce competition that is underway to define a new age in international affairs. And this is something that Secretary Blinken has just put forward an article about, and I really would urge everyone to take a look at this because I think it really sums up for the United States how it is we are looking at this age of fierce competition. In many ways, Russia is at the forefront of it, but it is very much aligned with Iran, the DPRK, and with the People's Republic of China. And this is a group of countries that we see are determined to undermine those foundational principles of the international system. They are autocratic at home, and they are seeking spheres of influence abroad. They want to weaponize economics, they want to weaponize energy, and they want to create dependencies in these areas. And so, what is our answer? Well, in many ways, our answer is that we have to outcompete, and we are driven in every possible way to revitalize our partnerships and our alliances, because this is the only way that we will be able to counter these countries. This is the only way we are going to be effective in defending those foundational principles of the international system. So look, our goals in this, it's important to put forward the affirmative, I believe, right? And what is it that we seek right now? Well, we are very much looking for countries to be able to choose their own futures. We are looking for fair competition. We are looking for tech that empowers people and accelerates human progress. And fundamentally, we want to ensure that international law is respected, including the UN Charter. So, what do we see at this point following Russia's re-invasion of Ukraine in 2022? What do we see at this point now, more than 2.5 years into this inhumane and unjust war? What we see is a Russia that is increasingly dependent on these fellow revisionist countries. I think specifically right now, given where we are, focusing on Iran and the drones that they are providing, the ballistic missiles they are providing to this fight, right? It takes us to one of the points that you raised about the question of sort of expanding the thinking about 3 Cs into thinking more about 5 Cs, right? Europe security, transatlantic security, very much tied to events that are taking place in the Red Sea, attacks against commercial shipping, the ability of Iran and its proxies to reach targets in Europe, in the Mediterranean, truly what has happened to the shipping industry in the Red Sea, and the many nations, including those on this panel, that are represented that are actively working to counter those threats. We have to do more to enable our ability to operate together, to coordinate across all of the elements of our national power that we have. It is absolutely essential at this point. I think, one of the questions, George, that you asked was about diverting attention, right? Is what's happening in the Middle East diverting attention from the fight in Ukraine? And from my perspective, from the United States perspective, we don't have that luxury. We cannot allow our attention to be diverted, right? We have to be able to focus on the fight in Ukraine, in supporting Israel's right to defend its state and its citizens, at the same time seeking that fair and just solution for the Palestinians. We have to, at the same time, stay focused on developments in Asia. We have to acknowledge the crisis that continues to develop in Africa, particularly in Sudan, because these revisionist states are actively fueling both sides of the fight in Sudan. And so there is no luxury of saying we will only focus on one of these challenges. We as the West, we as the transatlantic community, we have to be able to assert our positive vision for the world, because if we don't, again, it's the revisionists that are going to assert that it is autocracy that works best, and that they will be looking to advance those spheres of influence. So we have to redouble our efforts, and there's no better way than to do that than by having conversations like this, by ensuring that our institutions are able to work together to maximal effect. European institutions, transatlantic institutions, we have to do more to reduce the barriers to that cooperation. And I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Fantastic remarks. Thank you very much for that. And yes, indeed, the idea behind the prompt was to look at the big picture. So thanks for doing that, offering the U.S. perspective on the big picture for us. Shall we move to our special guest all the way from Brussels, Ms. Ihorst, MD for the EAS. Next. The floor is yours.
Thank you, George. Thanks to everybody. Great to be on this panel. You make sound Brussels so far away, while, you know, this is the European Union. We're right here. I couldn't agree more with what is said by the High Commissioner, by the Ambassador. So I'm not going to repeat, if you like, the bigger strategic security picture. I want to start more personal. First, I'm really happy to be on the forum. It's my first time. It's probably also my last time. But I have been working for many years on what we call in our department the East Med Department and East Med issues back in Brussels. High Representative Borrell was charged actually by all member states to come up with, if some of you remember, an East Mediterranean conference a few years ago. And we really tried very hard to get the conversation going, to get it started and then get it going. Politics comes always in the way, and it didn't work as yet, but on your first point, or on your last point of your session, I would say the strategic significance of the East Med, there is no doubt about it, how important the region is and how increasingly important it is for the European Union. For me personally, it's also important to be here in view of everything that's happening in the region. I want to pause for a second. I mean, bombing is going on, even in the center of Beirut as we speak. Elsewhere in the region, we have seen it. I think we have to be aware constantly, and we are. I mean, diplomats we are, citizens we are. Let's continue to try to talk, meet, work to avoid escalation. I mean, we are all in that work of also increasing, where as much as we can, the voices of reason in a very troubled part of the history. There's so much history. There's so much history here in Cyprus. And I think the most recent history, it's not a good show for many people on the island. That's why we're all here. We try to look forward. We try to look for the future. Lenin said there are decades when nothing happens, and there are weeks when decades happen. And it's true. History is an extremely important context for our policy and for our decision making. But what you do need, when you really want to move forward on solutions, you need to have the mindset that says, I'm going to do it differently. I have the courage to think differently and to work differently. And that goes a little bit on the meta line, as the ambassador was saying, how we are working institutional and international architecture differently. But things have to be done differently. I saw it with my own eyes when I was an intern at the United Nations Secretariat a long time ago. And we picked up signs that Frederick de Klerk, he decided to want to be on the right side of history. That was something happening at the time. I did not see it in Somalia, where I worked, also for the UN. I didn't see it in the Middle East, only until Yitzhak Rabin decided to sign with Yasser Arafat at the time, and also later on with King Hussein of Jordan. The price of courage to pay in politics, it's very high, sometimes really, really high. But the absence of courage is also having a very high price. And we see that constantly here in the Middle East, not here, sorry, but in the East Med, but in the Middle East, the muddling through goes on after year and year and year. Escalation after escalation until actually 7th of October last year. And that changed everything. On the continent, I worked for many years for High Representative Mogherini to get the two leaders from Serbia and Kosovo to agree on a legally binding agreement. To no avail, but at least nobody got killed at the time. On the Cyprus issue, High Representative Mogherini and High Representative Borrell, they were fully engaged. But there were many factors that could not bring the parties together. I do hope that the conversation now planned for 15th of October can start a process, because we need those processes to start and to work. But I did live courage, and much later it was, and also professionally, when I worked alongside High Representative Mogherini, when we supported two leaders in Greece and in North Macedonia to agree on the Prespa agreement, also with the UN work done there under the auspices. So what leaders do, they have to try to learn how to trust each other. Nelson Mandela once wisely said, the only way you can tell whether you can trust someone is to trust them. And as diplomats, we have that responsibility to try one more time, to have one more meeting, to be open, to give the benefit of the doubt to a moment, to a discussion. And that is actually taking me to the point of the negotiations. You will discuss it tomorrow at the forum. I very much look forward to those panels as well, where empathy needs to kick in. Empathy is not a basis for foreign policy, as yet. It's not, because it could be perceived as too emotional, but empathy is extremely important to understand where the other comes from and what is the other actually trying to say to you in terms of where they want to end up. Sorry for being a bit philosophical at the beginning, but I still want to make 3 quick points on interconnectedness. But everything I said is about interconnectivity in any case. So the first point on the uncertainty and the unpredictability, as it was said, we focus very much in Brussels with all of you on functioning institutions, functioning states, functioning apparatus, where you see that decisions can be made in country, and also be implemented, but also more in the region. We will soon have in Brussels a new college, as we call it, a new commission in place. Leaders already decided there will be a new president of the council, Antonio Costa. There will be the new high representative, Kaja Kallas. So it's a setup where you know very well the president of the commission, von der Leyen, and the president of the parliament, Metsola. A new setup of all of those individuals want to do exactly what you were both pointing at making sure that in an inclusive way we find the right solution, and definitely work, and I told the ambassador before, on a strong transatlantic, Euro-transatlantic relationship, which, as the ambassador knows, is very strong, European Union and US these days, regardless of who wins what election. My second point is that today the key topics of our political leaders are really, it is of course this, but it's very much about migration, it's about security, defense, curbing the energy prices, the independence of the energy, security. Yesterday evening, Mario Nava, he's not here, but he spoke about the 2 key reports that came out in Brussels. You know them. President of Cyprus mentioned it this morning, Draghi and Letta. There's a lot around competitiveness that needs to be cleared and needs to be worked on. It's a very big item on the region and on the European Council. And it's important for here, it's important for Cyprus, it's important for the whole East Med. If we look at the MENA region, as it is, it's one of the least integrated regions in the world. And I'm saying a sentence I said 30 years ago as well. Let's face it. Intra-regional trade is only accounting for about 8% of both exports and imports. And these economies, you need to open up. It's happening in the Gulf. Quite with a lot of speed, and we are all tying into that, but it has to happen further. There will be a new commissioner for the Mediterranean, and in her new mandate she will also invest on partnerships, economy, job, everything that was mentioned before. And in it also we will definitely go high speed on defense. I know many of you in the room know this, but it's a top priority also with our partners in the United Kingdom. So my third and last point is really the importance of the Eastern Mediterranean itself. I mentioned it already. We did not kick off enough in the European Union to have a mapping out of the interest and the convergences and turning conflict into real cooperation. But I can see with the new setup, this is surely on very high on our agenda, mainly because we need diversified, resilient supply chains. We need the global gateway, and watch that space of global gateway. It's extremely important for the European Union. Happy to come back in the discussion, but we need to take that to the next level of really proposing really sustainable projects and programs under that lot, and then have those very long-term, mutually beneficial partnerships. Global gateway, important. I will not dwell on it now. I'm happy to discuss it later. But we have so much on our plate and our agenda, a lot of energy, a lot of also belief that we can actually get out of the situation where we are now as long as we work together and get the work going. Thank you.
For finishing on that very positive note. Hello, yeah. Thank you for finishing on that positive note, and thank you for raising the point on the limited interconnectedness of the region, like intra-region connections. I think that's something that we're going to definitely touch upon in the Q&A. Shall we come back to this side of the room before doing a zigzag to the other side, and then take questions?
Well, thank you, George, and thank you for organizing this exciting panel with such a broad spectrum of themes. Although we are not under Chatham House rules, I will try to share with you some personal views on key topics that are covered by the theme, starting with a positive prospect, which is to have the 3 Cs becoming 5 Cs, which means that we need Cyprus in the 5 Cs initiatives. We are already 4 with Greece, although the historic name of the 3 Cs is already there, and hopefully we should all work together to ensure that Cyprus, as a member state of the European Union, but also as a key player in the region, and we have noticed the important role of Cyprus geopolitically and geostrategically in the current crisis, to be part of the 5 Cs family, which is a family to promote energy, transport, interconnectivity, and digital economy. And these are priorities of the European Union under the Green Deal, the energy transition, and the digital transition. So this is the first message from me. The second message, as there is a Euro-Atlantic reference, is what will happen in the future between NATO on the one hand and the defense pillar of the European Union, which is currently developing with a defense industry, including anti-missile, Iron Dome, and Arrow systems, which are to be developed by the EU to protect itself, and how this complementarity will develop depending also on the outcome of the US elections. We, on the European side, we know more or less where we are and where we go, but still a new commission will be in place, and we will have a defense commissioner, which is a new portfolio to be developed. So this is the second point, and in that respect, defense is extremely important. We have a fund for that, and we need also to see how Cyprus could be protected, because there have been some threats directed towards Cyprus, which is in the hot region currently. Now, another consideration. I believe that we need to review the law of the war or the law of armed conflicts, because it is old-fashioned, it is humanitarian mainly, but now with the climate crisis, you should all know that a war destroys all the efforts of the Green Deal, all the efforts that the international community is doing under the Paris Agreement. Soon we will go to COP29 to Baku to try to convince the international community that we need to stop the emissions to become climate neutral by 2050. I hope we will. But doing so with wars which lead to emissions not only of CO2 and methane, but also of emissions of dangerous gases, becomes a mission impossible. Therefore, it is very important to define, let's say, the law of war, taking into consideration the climate crisis, but also taking into consideration the nuclear issue. Zaporizhia, the largest nuclear power plant in Ukraine, was threatened several times, and you can imagine what can happen. On the other hand, I express my personal concerns against the development of the nuclear program of Iran, which is worrying if you see how this country behaves without making any additional comment, as there might be a contradiction between what I'm saying and what I might suggest. Now, energy region. Cyprus can become an energy hub. We have now the cable agreed. It will connect Cyprus to Crete and to the European Union. Extremely important, a two-way cable to feed Cyprus, but also, if more electricity is produced in the region, to provide electricity to the European Union. The project covers the connection between Cyprus and Israel, extremely important as well, as we can provide energy to Israel, but we can also get clean energy in the future from Israel. And there are other ideas as well to connect through a cable Saudi Arabia, but this is an early, premature project. But the cables in the region are extremely important, and of course, cables imply stability in the region, a spirit of cooperation, of trust, and also an understanding on the exclusive economic zones, because under the law of the sea and international law, the exclusive economic zone of Cyprus is connected with the exclusive economic zone of Greece, and the memorandum of Turkey and Libya is completely illegal, and this memorandum cuts the exclusive and the connection between the two economic zones, which is extremely important. Now, the cable is not affected by the exclusive economic zone, but the East Med pipeline could be affected, because there is a distinction between the cables and the pipelines. For the pipelines, the country which claims that the pipeline crosses its exclusive economic zone needs to be consulted. And in that respect, the country which will ask to be consulted is now knocking on the door of BRICS. The ambassador has referred to this international context of competition with other big competitors, and BRICS currently is the most threatening, I would say, competitor, and in that respect, this is something that the European Union should consider carefully, as well as NATO, as a member state, a potential member state and a NATO member with BRICS doesn't make a lot of sense. Another concern with what is happening in the region is migration. We already have climate migration. We will have a new form of migration which can lead to asylum requests. This is another concern. The European Union is looking into this. But again, this is an additional consideration that needs to be kept in mind. And last but not least, we are in Cyprus, and as a former official of the European Commission, having spent most of my career there, it's a European state, a European member state. I do believe that the European Union, in addition to the strong declarations that have been made by our president, by the president of the European Parliament, needs also to have a stronger grip on this issue, and to have a more active role to find a resolution of the Cypriot issue, which will lead to a single state, member of the European Union, with benefits for both communities, bizonal, by community state. This is the best solution. We all know this. and we need to work towards this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kremlis, and I love the detail as well as the big picture, and I'm really also delighted that you like the 5Cs name. We came up with it in a very rainy night in Oxford, so it's good that it's now paying off. Last but definitely not least, our expert from Chatham House, Dimi Kavouras.
Thank you, George. I would like to highlight on a word, we all have it in the back of our minds, which is peace. I mean, the energy cooperation can bring a sort of a sustainable peace, but before that we have to define what is peace, if it's the absence of war, if it's a comfortable ceasefire, if it's a convenient status quo, it's a cold peace. I mean, for all the parties. I mean, this morning, the President of the Republic, he said there is no frozen conflict. And it's true. I mean, we have to see, we're talking about the Eastern Mediterranean. I mean, we have two conflicts, Cyprus conflict and the Middle East conflict, or the Palestinian conflict. It's still there. I mean, the security architecture is obviously failing, but all this half a century, we're trying over and over without a real and long-lasting peace. So the undermining of diplomacy, the multilateral organizations, the undermining of the UN, I mean, the diplomats, you must have a lot of work. And I think you have to be maybe pushing more with your governments in order to have a sort of a more, the decision maker can act more progressively and towards finding solutions for peace. So if we see the Eastern Mediterranean energy landscape, we have a lot of movements and a lot of the last, especially 10 years, a lot of actions and agreements, but actually we don't have any actual result as much as been anticipated initially. So I will quickly analyze a bit with the strengths, how, I mean, we had the East Med gas reserves discovery, and then we had this trilateral cooperation between Israel, Cyprus, and Greece, and then it became 3+1 with the US. We had the trilateral cooperation between Egypt, Cyprus, and Greece. We had the creation of East Med Gas Forum, which we had Israel and Palestine members, and we could see a sort of, and we can see a sort of positive sort of outcome, a forum that the countries can discuss on further energy cooperation. We see the projects of the electricity interconnectors, like the GREGI or the Great Sea Interconnector. And of course, we see a lot of potential cooperation in the renewable sources of energy. There are nevertheless weaknesses, which are the frozen, or let us say chronic conflicts that I just referred about, Palestine and Cyprus. We have other regional conflicts. We don't have to forget the overall landscape, geopolitical landscape in Ukraine, in Syria, in Libya, in Sudan, in Yemen. It's all a ticking situation that it's very dangerous and can escalate. Of course, another weakness is that these huge energy projects, they need huge capital for investments. They need a high cost of maintenance as well. There's a lot of lack of infrastructure. There's, of course, politically claims and agreements on the exclusive economic zones that are conflicting between the countries in the region. Of course, there are opportunities as well, like all this EU independency from the Russian gas and the diversification of resources from different markets. the energy mix necessity for the climate, but we also have the US and the EU political support. We have the EU PCI and PMI lists that a lot of projects in the East Med are there, and we have also exclusive economic zone agreements between, for example, Egypt and Cyprus, between Greece and Italy, or Greece partially with Egypt, and I will dare to say between also Lebanon and Israel, funny enough these days. Of course, we have the energy cooperation for peace and stability, that the energy can be a tool for peace. And of course, we have the opportunity of cooperating on green hydrogen threats. Threats, of course, we have the chronic conflicts escalation, like the one we are experiencing these days. The expansion, of course, of the Gaza war, the exclusive economic zone disputes, and the economies of crisis, of course. Also, in terms of specifically gas reserves, we have limited resources in Eastern Mediterranean. That's why also the project of East Med pipeline is not being realized. And lastly, I would like to say, how can we have a successful project realization? Of course, we need, first of all, political will from the parties involved. We need the investment to be profitable. It needs high capital, but it needs also to have a cost-benefit, proper cost-benefit analysis. And of course, the geopolitical landscape. All this, if we can imagine them as stars, they need to align in order to have a successful project that can contribute to peace in the Eastern Mediterranean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dimi, and thank you for bringing up two very important themes, energy and peace, and the complexities these entail, but also perhaps the interconnectedness between the two. If the audience will allow me, I would like to ask, use my prerogatives as a moderator and ask questions to the panel, if you'll entertain me. And I'd like to use an example that came up in my discussion with the High Commissioner yesterday over dinner, and that goes back to the speech that 10 years ago, the then Vice President of the United States, now President Biden, gave in a not far away from here, actually, neighboring Turkey. And long speech, but two key points, according to me. Ambassador, please correct me. The first one was Europe is vulnerable because of its energy dependency on we know where. And secondly, the East Med is a viable alternative to alleviate at least part of that dependency. I understand this became codified in US law, 2019, the East Med Security and Partnership, Security and Energy Partnership Act. But fast forward to 2022, this happened. What Joe Biden described back then happened. You know, we had some experts, a CEO of a German energy company said that now Germany is permanently damaged from the energy-driven inflationary crisis. A beef burger in London Bridge, High Commissioner, is now almost £19. That's New York prices. No offense, Ambassador, you know. So the question I'd like to ask is, what are the lessons we have taken from this whole conundrum upon reflection about the interconnectedness of what happens or what doesn't happen in the East Med with what happens in the rest of Europe? Who would like to go first? I leave it up to you. Yes, please, Ambassador.
I'm happy to jump in. Look, what President Biden forecasted, right, isn't something that we hope, right? The United States spent decades investing in Russia's promise and in bringing Russia into institutions, bringing Russia in as a reliable partner that we hoped they could be. And so when you talk about energy dependence, I do think you should say the R word. You don't have to say you know that it was dependence on Russia, right? And it is dependence on Russia. And so, the Eastern Med can be, just as President Biden foresaw, just as the East Med Security and Partnership Act envisioned, this region can contribute to Europe's energy security, which is contributing to the world's energy security, right? now is the time. Now is the time for political courage. Now is the time to take advantage of opportunities that don't come back. Now is the time to advance energy security, energy stability, because the risks that this region faces, that the world faces, are just too great.
Thank you, Ambassador. Sure.
Yeah, since it's about a few
Absolutely.
a few words which we repeat a lot actually in Brussels and for all Europeans here. European Union, European member states definitely very dependent on energy from Russia, but on natural resources from China, on security from the United States. We say that openly. We have no issue in saying that, but why do we say it? Because actually, just post-Second World War, the key concern for Europe was coal and steel and peace and security, but it was all about food security and make sure that we are totally on ourselves when it comes to food security. All the other areas that should have been addressed, we needed constant wake-up calls. Wake-up calls. Guys, you need to be on your own. And that is happening. I saw that happening since 24th of February, the whole machinery, and it was mentioned before. 24/7 working on, I don't like the word resilience, but it's that independence of when you are on your own, you really have to be able to step up. We want to keep the quality of the life of our citizens. We want to keep that quality standards. We don't want to go into lower standards or to even erode the single market. Why are we so hooked up about the single market? Why is this so important for the European Union? Why don't people understand we cannot start eating from the internal market because then the whole system will fall apart? And what's crucial in there is the rule of law. It's absolutely crucial. And that's what we are also struggling with within. It's a constant trying way to improve. I must say, as a European citizen, I'm very struck by the way we managed so far to overcome all these challenges. Sometimes I feel as a civil servant that we are in a constant crisis mode, internally, externally. But it's true that we find mechanisms to overcome. And we do that with our partners. And there is partnership is so important to try to do that. And I think it goes for all of us and for every nation that we try to be able to stand on our feet and defend the quality of life of our citizens. It's normal.
Maybe just one quick point. So the risk that President Biden articulated at that time was about the dependence. But that risk came to bear, and actually Europe has found a way around that without the solution that he suggested, which was bringing the Eastern Mediterranean, because the political challenges and obstacles in this region haven't been resolved. And so I think the lesson to take from that is this region risks being left behind unless it can resolve its political challenges and be part of that solution and part of the global integration, which we all need. But that is a risk that is quite real.
Thank you for the comment, Commissioner. Mr. Kremlis, would you like to...
Let me say that the energy needs in the region are increasing exponentially. The population in Egypt increases by 1 million every year. President Sisi has very ambitious plans with New Cairo. They need a lot of gas. And what the gas pipeline is met was, when we started discussing it several years ago, was a bankable, viable, and technically feasible project. Nowadays, under the current circumstances, there are doubts about it because the first client needing energy desperately is Egypt. And here there is a contradiction because the EU has supported the cable, Israel-Cyprus Street, as a PCI, supported financially, politically, etc. There is another project, the Gregi, to connect Egypt through an undersea cable with Greece. Very important. It is not still a PMI. It is not still a PMI, but that means that Egypt will be able to produce green electricity, which will be through this cable transported to the European to the European Union. And here there is a contradiction because Egypt needs desperately energy. Therefore, what is important, and in that respect, the cooperation of all our countries in the region and the role of the United States is extremely important to support all those projects which are complementary to each other. In other words, we need to invest in Egypt. They need investments on solar, on wind, on storage, hybrid projects, which will produce electricity. They will serve themselves first, as they need this electricity, and the remainder can go through the cable to Greece, and therefore there are issues of bankability of the project. Therefore, what is important is to have a holistic view of all the energy projects in the region and not a piecemeal approach. This is a good project, this is a good project. We need to see the broad picture to know where we are, and of course, all the wars that have happened in the last decades were energy wars. Hopefully, we will not have wars for the water, because now with desalination, which needs renewable energy, still the energy is there. But again, this is a big challenge, and this is where the European Union needs to have a very strong role, not only DG Energy, but strategically, and the United States need also to have a very strong say and to be very supportive in this process. I still believe that there are gas resources in the region which could support the ISCMED. But again, one needs to see how the cards will be distributed.
Absolutely, excellent points. And it's important to note as well that Israel is exporting to Egypt, and now that they're intending to double down on production if that link remains,
and Israel will need more energy in the future.
As well. And it's also important to note, going back to the High Commissioner, you're very right. It's important, we're talking about the US and the UK and the EU, but it's important for the region to take ownership of its affairs. But at the same time, High Commissioner, I'd like to push back against the idea that we have found a solution. Officially, in official numbers, the EU is right now importing 16% of its natural gas demand through Russia.
I said that the initial dependence, that was the risk, that's been dealt with. And the broader risk is actually that other solutions will be found that will not include this region. And I think the sort of the green transition and the green revolution, every bit contributes, and we need the greater resilience. But this isn't, let's be frank, this isn't the most important part of the jigsaw. And I think there's sometimes a slight overinflating of the importance. This can play a hugely important role, but if the political obstacles, if the risk factors, if the geopolitical obstacles aren't resolved, it won't be part of the solution.
I take that point. Dimi, shall we go? We just have one last speaker, and then we're going to come in for questions. Really quickly, if you can, Dimi, apologies for the
Yes, sure. Just to analyze, there was a lot of discussions here in Cyprus concerning the Great Sea Interconnector. We had the political will from the governments of Greece, of Cyprus, and from Israel. But Cyprus raised the issue of the viability and who is going to pay for this project, because it's really costly. But there was the issue is solved, but still, and also another element was the geopolitical risk. So the geopolitical risk, as soon as we have wars in the region, as soon as we don't have peace, any project is really vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have time for, I see 3 hands that have lobbied me effectively. Three questions, and then fourth, if we have time, the lady in the green first, the gentleman in the white T-shirt, and the lady in red. If we can ask the questions very promptly, because we're running out of time, and if I can ask the speakers, please, to also respond simply. They do, right? So I'm going to give you my microphone.
Thank you very much. I will be quick. My name is Marina Nafidou, Professor of Environmental Engineering in the University of Cyprus. I can't escape to note that the entire discussion on the green energy transition is dominated by a narrative of geopolitical antagonism rather than a peace project, a project of strengthening and deepening peace, especially on the island. So I would like, and reminding ourselves that European Union was initially a peace project after the World War. I find it impossible that this green transition will progress without any peace deepening process on the island. So it's important to dedicate the appropriate importance and efforts and energy in the island. So my question is, what are the instruments that European Union can give us, including universities research, in promoting environmental collaboration so that we avoid seeing any phenomena like a couple of years ago when there was an oil spill from Lebanon reaching the east coast of Cyprus, and environmental scientists from either sides of the Green Line were sitting and hoping not to reach either side of the island. So how can we use another doctrine of necessity, the necessity of climate change adaptation on the island, so that we can cultivate the peace process? Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Uffe Hvidkjær. I'm from Denmark and chair of a citizen think tank called Europe Dialogue. So talking about Mediterranean agenda in general, I want to highlight two topics and ask what you think of that. First, we are in Cyprus. Cyprus has the EU presidency in 2026, and it starts nearly very soon because they are in the trio with Poland and Denmark, where I am from. So what can the Cyprus EU presidency means? And the new EU Commission, I know they are still in process, but a Mediterranean commissioner could be one of the 27. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ksenia Mohortova, Community of Ukrainian Cypriot Friendship. I have a question regarding, isn't it time to have a sincere talk to the European nations? You cannot maintain the same level of life and have a fire in your backyard or even in one of your rooms. You cannot have a family dinner having a fire in one of your rooms. Maybe it's time to talk about the real danger of Russia overcoming Ukraine and coming further. Because what I see now is that it's someone else's war, it's someone else should fight for it, and we should maintain our level of life. Thank you.
We'll take one more question very, very quickly. You promise, please, to be very, very quick. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Panagiotis Chalkipavris from Cyprus MOD. Just a small comment and then a question about the security interconnectedness. Of course, we take into consideration what is happening in our backyard. More than 100 billions were given to Ukraine from Europe, and and we continue to do this. For the Mediterranean and for the EU, I'm visiting Brussels regularly. I was living in Brussels, working in the external service. However, nowadays, there is no real action according to what is happening in the Eastern Mediterranean Near East. What is the position? And we are focusing exactly, we are speaking only for Ukraine. So what is the position of the external service on this?
Go from Dimi this way, please, if we can, in 1 or 2 minutes. I know they're very pressing.
We've given hundreds of thousands of lives, but you were given millions.
Yes, Dimi, please.
I mean, we need, on the issue of peace and energy, I mean, it's a very tricky, I mean, in other parts of the world, been used, but the thing is the political will. Is there any political will to really solve the problems and really have a sustainable peace? Because we can push for agreements, but in real life, we must have cooperation, we have to have exchange, we have to have... From bottom up, exactly. Exactly, exactly. Bottom up, not, and both sides, I will say. Both, they need to work for that.
Thank you. Horst.
All points are very valuable and they need much more than just 1 minute from us. But I want to start with your point, if you don't mind, on I so agree with you that on all the work we are doing, we have to keep in mind, and I can tell you in Brussels, it is very much the line, we are at war. We are under threat, totally, the whole of the European Union. And I don't think it trickles down a lot, because a lot of people have a lot of issues everywhere where they are. But it is essential. It is an essential part. And I can tell you every meeting, everything we do in Brussels, it's around that. Now there's the second war zone, right here where we are around. Constant discussions, constantly. We don't stop. Again, you know, every European Council, you know how it is in politics that not everything is visible that is being done. I'm not looking for excuses here, but I can tell you of working so close to the leadership how much the machine is running to try to, to stop the escalation and to try to really come to a final solution, because of course we cannot go on like this. I fully agree with you. And that will be in the hands of also the presidency of Cyprus. I'm coming to that in next time, but first Denmark. I think there are high expectations on the presidency of Cyprus when they take it later on, first Poland, Denmark. You know, they work very hard on the programs there, on the priorities. And perhaps I can then just link it to the first comment on, you know, peace and environment, and try to be really, because we got the kick in the European Union before 24th of February on the green transition. That's where we really started, green, digital, industrialization, before the war started. And it is exactly, I think this is maybe a conclusion from this panel, that we have to continue to be on that line. It's very hard to do at wartime, but that is exactly where we need to go bottom up. I thank you for your peace dividend on the environment. I will take it back, and I believe it's very important.
Time is up, I think, and I don't have much to add. We absolutely feel your pain, and in the UK at least, we absolutely see that the fight that Ukraine is fighting is our fight, even if it is your people who are making the sacrifice. And on the point about the peace dividend, couldn't agree more, but that requires political will, which currently isn't in place.
I think yeah. That's how you know time is up, is when the batteries die. Look, I think from our perspective, right, everything that we are doing to address, I'm going to just try to take some of these threads and weave them together to say, you know, the United States is deeply committed to de-escalating the tensions in this region, to using all of the tools that we have to ensure the success of the green transition, to ensure that the Kremlin's war in Ukraine is a strategic failure, to ensure the continuity, the growth, the importance, the fundamental importance of the partnership that we have with the European Union, with the United Kingdom, with our like-minded partners, to ensure that it is not autocracy that wins. And so for the United States part, we're going to keep using the tools that we have, diplomacy, the work we do together in partnership in promoting energy security, to try to develop options to bring peace to the Middle East. We will keep at this, and we will keep it doing this together.
Yes, thank you. I do believe that if we are, and I believe we need to launch an intergovernmental conference to decide about the new architecture of Europe in the light of the enlargement, one of the key priorities should be an energy union next to a defense union. I will not say more about that. We don't have time. I do believe that we should have had 2 hours. But let me add the 2 other points. Clearly, we need EU energy diplomacy, climate diplomacy, and circular economy diplomacy. I do believe that this is a new economic model which will help us to achieve the targets of the Green Deal, etc., etc. Now, the EU has no energy resources. Shale gas has failed. The UK has tried, Poland has tried. We have renewables, we are trying to promote them, but there is an issue of grid and an issue of storage, which we need to develop further and which is extremely important. And now nuclear comes back. And the EU needs now to have a clear position on nuclear. We are now talking about SMR, small modular reactors. Under the Delegated Act of the Taxonomy Regulation, we have given a benediction to gas, although gas had an expiry date, and the war in Ukraine has led us in, let's say, in a confusion situation, because Germany is phasing out nuclear, and they have lost Nord Stream. so they are in a really critical situation. This is why the EU needs to see the global picture and needs to support alternative routing and alternative sources of energy which can come from this region. And we are, of course, receiving gas from the United States. But as you have correctly pointed out, George, there is still a lot of gas and oil coming from Russia and the EU through Turkey and through disguised forms of transport. So this is the situation now, and I do believe we will be very happy next year to continue this discussion under better circumstances. But let me say something about the Cypriot presidency. I think the Cypriot presidency, together with Denmark has solved the renewable energy problems. They are using a lot of wind. In Greece, we have ilots, and we are not developing solar and wind on our ilots, which would have been a solution. Denmark is building ilots to develop wind. So for Cyprus, the key priority should be insularity. It is the most isolated member state of the European Union. It's not part of the integral market, the single European market, and it has all the handicaps of the insularity. So this is something on which, and the cable is not a solution. There are other solutions on state aid rules, on other financial, let's say, instruments to support Cyprus to integrate better in the European single market and to be able also to have the important role that is now having in this region as an air carrier, as we call it in the military jargon, the most prominent air carrier in this region. Thank you. I'm sorry for being long.
No worries at all. That was very insightful remarks. In concluding the session, may I say two final things? The first one is this panel was engineered by the East Mediterranean program at the University of Oxford, which is the first, as we like to say, research and policy program to focus on the East Mediterranean within a world-leading university. So I can promise that we will invite you all, and I hope you accept our invitation to come to Oxford and continue this dialogue, this wonderful dialogue. And on that note, may I thank all of the speakers. They're all distinguished individuals. A lot of them have fought very hard, not just for the East Mediterranean, but for other causes with great success. So please join me in giving them a round of applause for their wonderful participating today.
To our next discussion, a panel on EU enlargement and security challenges. On EU enlargement and security challenges. Moving to our next discussion, a panel on EU enlargement and security challenges. With them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, We must evolve and redefine policy. Activists and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility; foreign policy, energy, environment; justice and strong institutions; research, innovation, infrastructure; education, research, culture; health and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for being here. It's really nice temperature in this room, right? My name is Natasha Loizou. I am a Cypriot. I have been living in Argentina for the last 18 years. I am an expert in international security, defense, and security policies. I'm very glad to be here, to be invited by Nicolas to moderate this panel. on a subject that is of such importance and very linked to the previous channel that was about interconnecting security challenges in the European Union and the NATO zone. So this panel, which we had a lot of discussions about what was going to be focused on because it's a huge issue, we decided among the panelists to orient it on the geopolitical shifts and global conflicts that influence the EU enlargement process. As the EU considers expanding to the Western Balkans, it must navigate complex risks stemming from Russia's influence in Eastern Europe, fragile governance, and limited regional defense capacities. Geopolitical tensions in Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, along with conflicts in Lebanon and Gaza, add instability to the region, is further complicating the EU security and defense landscape. Additionally, migration pressures from the Middle East, organized crime, and political instability in candidate countries intensify internal threats. The consolidation of a multipolar world marked by rising powers like China and the strategic roles of Russia and Turkey further strains EU defense and foreign policies. Aligning security frameworks with NATO, addressing regional conflicts, and managing cyber threats and infosecurity remain critical. Successful enlargement will require robust cooperation, institutional strengthening, and significant investment in regional defense capacities, R&D oriented on security and military equipment, border security, counterterrorism, and governance reform to mitigate these multi-phase challenges in shifting international order. I would like to invite Mr. Vasilis Palmas, Minister of Defense of the Republic of Cyprus, as a key speaker to open the panel with his speech. Thank you.
Με ιδιαίτερη χαρά βρίσκομαι σήμερα μαζί σας στο 5ο ετήσιο συνέδριο Cyprus Forum. Εκφράζω τις ευχαριστίες μου στους διοργανωτές, στο Oxygen for Democracy, το Πανεπιστήμιο της Zinox Public Affairs και το Οικονομικό Φόρουμ των Δελφών, οι οποίοι, όπως και τις προηγούμενες χρονιές, επιδιώκουν μέσα από τις επικοδομητικές συζητήσεις να καταλήξουν σε συγκεκριμένες δράσεις και αποτελέσματα τα οποία θα προωθούν βιώσιμες και κοινωνικά υπεύθυνες πολιτικές στην Κύπρο και στην ευρύτερη περιοχή. Εκλεκτοί προσκεκλημένοι, κυρίες και κύριοι. Οι πρωτεργάτες που ενέπνευσαν τη δημιουργία του οικοδομήματος της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, αλλά και αυτοί που στη συνέχεια εργάστηκαν για την πρόοδο και την εξέλιξή της, αποτέλεσαν μια ποικιλόμορφη ομάδα οραματιστών και οραματιστριών με κοινά ωστόσο ιδανικά και στόχους. Κυριότερος από αυτούς ήταν η δημιουργία μιας ειρηνικής, ενωμένης και ευημερούσας Ευρώπης μέσα σε ένα πλαίσιο αμοιβαίας εμπιστοσύνης και συνεργασίας και αλληλοκατανόησης ανάμεσα στα εθνικά κράτη. Ο στόχος παρόλα αυτά μιας ειρηνικής, ενωμένης και ευημερούσας Ευρώπης δεν μπορεί να γίνει κατορθωτός χωρίς την επίτευξη ασφάλειας. Χωρίς σταθερότητα και προστασία από εσωτερικές και εξωτερικές απειλές και κινδύνους, η διατήρηση της ειρήνης, η προώθηση της συνεργασίας και η ανάπτυξη της ευημερίας είναι πρακτικά ανέφικτες. Όταν δεν αναφερόμαστε στην ασφάλεια ως απαραίτητη προϋπόθεση για την επίτευξη αυτών των στόχων, οφείλουμε να γνωρίζουμε ότι αυτή δεν έχει μια μόνο μορφή. Αποτελεί μια σύνθετη έννοια, η οποία περιλαμβάνει μεταξύ άλλων την προστασία της δημοκρατίας και των ανθρωπίνων δικαιωμάτων και τη διατήρηση σταθερών οικονομικών συνθηκών όπου οι κίνδυνοι είναι ελεγχόμενοι και η προστασία των οικονομικών και φυσικών πόρων εγγυημένη. Περιλαμβάνει επίσης τη διασφάλιση εσωτερικής ομαλότητας και εξωτερικής σταθερότητας και συνεργασίας, οι οποίες εμπροκειμένου θα επιτρέπουν στα κράτη την αμοιβαία εμπιστοσύνη και τη συλλογική συνεισφορά στην αντιμετώπιση κοινών προκλήσεων, όπως η τρομοκρατία, το οργανωμένο έγκλημα και η παράνομη μετανάστευση. Καθώς επίσης και την προστασία από κυβερνοεπιθέσεις και την ταχεία και αποτελεσματική ικανότητα αντιμετώπισης, προσαρμογής και ανάκαμψης από αυτές. Συνολικά, ως εισαγωγή θα ανέφερα ότι η ασφάλεια αποτελεί θεμέλιο πάνω στο οποίο μπορεί να εδραστεί το οικοδόμημα της ΕΕ, όπως όλοι εμείς αντιλαμβανόμαστε. Στο σύγχρονο γεωπολιτικό περιβάλλον, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση αντιμετωπίζει όλο ένα αυξανόμενες απειλές και προκλήσεις. Αναφέρομαι ενδεικτικά στη συνέχιση της ανταγωνιστικότητας ανάμεσα σε παραδοσιακά μεγάλες δυνάμεις, στην ανάδυση νέων ισχυρών δρόντων, στην τρομοκρατία, στις κυβερνοεπιθέσεις, στις γεωπολιτικές αναταραχές και αστάθειες και στα αυξημένα κύματα μεταναστευτικών ροών. Αυτές οι προκλήσεις αποτελούν μια συντονισμένη και δυναμική στρατηγική ασφάλειας από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, προκειμένου να διασφαλίσει αφενός την προστασία της επικράτειάς της, αφετέρου τη σταθερότητα των θεσμών της και ευημερία των πολιτών της, τόσο εντός όσο και εκτός των συνόρων της. Στην εξίσωση προστίθενται και οι συνέπειες της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Για να αντιμετωπιστεί το ταχαίως μεταβαλλόμενο γεωπολιτικό τοπίο, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση χρειάζεται να υιοθετήσει μια κοινή πολιτική ασφάλειας και άμυνας που θα αναπροσαρμόζεται στα νέα δεδομένα και προκλήσεις. Αυτό απαιτεί μεταξύ άλλων την αύξηση των επενδύσεων για την ενίσχυση των αμυντικών της δυνατοτήτων και την προώθηση των καινοτόμων τεχνολογιών, για την ανάπτυξη στρατιωτικών δυνατοτήτων εχμής, την κάλυψη στρατηγικών κενών και τη μείωση των τεχνολογικών και βιομηχανικών εξαρτήσεων. Η αδιάλειπτη επανεξέταση και αξιολόγηση της αρχιτεκτονικής ασφάλειας θεωρείται εκ των όνου κάνευ, αν λάβουμε υπόψη τις νέες αλλά και τις μεταβαλλόμενες απειλές και την ανάγκη για ένα συντονισμένο και ευέλικτο στρατηγικό σχεδιασμό, ώστε η Ευρώπη να μπορεί να ανταποκριθεί άμεσα και αποτελεσματικά στις σύγχρονες προκλήσεις, να ενισχύσει την ανθεκτικότητα των κρίσιμων υποδομών της και να διασφαλίσει τη συνοχή και την αλληλεγγύη μεταξύ των κρατών μελών της. Κυρίες και κύριοι, για τρίτη συνεχή χρονιά η Ευρώπη συνεχίζει να αντιμετωπίζει την αναπόφευκτη αμήλικτη πραγματικότητα ότι η ειρήνη και η ασφάλεια δεν μπορούν να θεωρούνται ως δεδομένες. Παρά το γεγονός ότι από το τέλος του Β' Παγκοσμίου Πολέμου και εντεύθεν έχουμε βιώσει μια σχετικά μακρά περίοδο ειρήνης, παρά τις ψυχροπολεμικές εντάσεις και συγκρούσεις, κυρίως στην Άπο Ανατολή και Μέση Ανατολή, αλλά και στα Βαλκάνια, οι τελευταίες διαδοχικές κρίσεις με την πανδημία του κορονοϊού, την εισβολή της Ρωσίας στην Ουκρανία και την οικονομική ύφεση της σύγκρουσης στο Ισραήλ και την κατάσταση στην Ερυθρά Θάλασσα, μεταξύ άλλων έχουν καταστήσει σαφή τη ραγδαία ταχύτητα με την οποία δύνανται να μεταβληθούν όλα όσα μέχρι πρότινος θεωρούνταν ως ελεγχόμενα. Ως εκ τούτου, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, για να είναι σε θέση να διαμορφώσει τις κατάλληλες πολιτικές για την αντιμετώπιση κάθε πρόκλησης, κλήθηκε να προβεί στην αναγνώριση και μελέτη ενός ευρέως φάσματος παραδοσιακών και νεοφανών απειλών, που αμφισβητούν και απειλούν να κλονίσουν την περιφερειακή και παγκόσμια ειρήνη και ασφάλεια, τα συμφέροντά της και όσα και αυτές καθεαυτές τις αρχές και τις αξίες της. Ο πόλεμος στην Ουκρανία, ο οποίος αποτελεί μέγιστη απειλή για την περιφερειακή, την ευρωπαϊκή αλλά και την παγκόσμια ασφάλεια, έχει οδηγήσει τα κράτη της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και όχι μόνο σε μια νέα κούρσα εξοπλισμών και έχει εν πολλοίς λειτουργήσει καταλυτικά στη διαμόρφωση συνθηκών ενίσχυσης της συνεργασίας ανάμεσα στα κράτη-μέλη της Ένωσης. Η προδιετίας υιοθέτηση εκ μέρους της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης της στρατηγικής πυξίδας του τρίτου στρατηγικού εγγράφου μετά την Ευρωπαϊκή Στρατηγική Ασφάλειας του 2003, European Security Strategy, και την Παγκόσμια Στρατηγική της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης του 2016, EU Global Strategy, καθώς επίσης η Συμφωνία για ενίσχυση της Ευρωπαϊκής Αμυντικής Βιομηχανίας μέσω κοινών προμηθειών καταδεικνύουν τόσο την πολυπλοκότητα του παγκόσμιου περιβάλλοντος, όσο και το υψηλό επίπεδο δέσμευσης της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης στην επιδίωξη, κατοχύρωση και προστασία συνθηκών ασφάλειας, αλλά και τη φιλοδοξία της να διαδραματίσει ενεργό ρόλο ως παγκόσμιου παροχέα ασφάλειας. Οι αυξανόμενες ανησυχίες για επιδείνωση της ποιότητας ασφάλειας αντικατοπτρίζονται όλο και περισσότερο στις πολιτικές πρωτοβουλίες που ανέλαβαν τα θεσμικά όργανα της Ένωσης τα τελευταία χρόνια, μεταξύ άλλων για την ενίσχυση της στρατιωτικής κινητικότητας, την ανάπτυξη των δυνατοτήτων ταχείας αντίδρασης και την ενίσχυση των στρατηγικών εταιρικών σχέσεων. Το Μάρτιο του 2023, Ο ύπατος εκπρόσωπος της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης για θέματα εξωτερικής πολιτικής και πολιτικής ασφάλειας δήλωσε ότι η Ευρώπη πρέπει να μάθει να μιλά τη γλώσσα της δύναμης και πρόσθεσε ότι την επόμενη δεκαετία η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση θα κάνει ένα μεγάλο άλμα, ούτως ώστε να καταστεί πιο ισχυρός, αποφασιστικός πάροχος ασφάλειας, καλύτερα προετοιμασμένος να αντιμετωπίσει τις υφιστάμενες και μελλοντικές απειλές και προκλήσεις. Στην έκθεση προόδου για το δεύτερο έτος υλοποίησης της στρατηγικής πυξίδας επισημάθηκε ανάμεσα σε άλλα η επίγουσα ανάγκη ενίσχυσης της άμυνας και της ασφάλειας της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, ειδικά μετά τη ρωσική εισβολή στην Ουκρανία, και αναπτύχθηκε η επιτευχθήσα πρόοδος σε διάφορους τομείς όπως η στρατιωτική υποστήριξη στην Ουκρανία, η αντιμετώπιση υβριδικών απειλών, η ενίσχυση της ασφάλειας στον κυβερνοχώρο και στο διάστημα και η ενίσχυση των εταιρικών σχέσεων. Τονίστηκε επίσης η σημασία της αύξησης των αμυντικών δαπανών, της βελτίωσης της συνεργασίας μεταξύ των κρατών μελών και της ενίσχυσης της ευρωπαϊκής αμυντικής βιομηχανίας. Σημαντικό επίσης σκέλος της πολιτικής ασφάλειας της Ένωσης αποτελεί και η ενεργειακή διάσταση και εμπροκειμένου η ανάγκη μείωσης των ενεργειακών εξαρτήσεων, ιδιαίτερα από τη Ρωσία. Σε αυτό το πλαίσιο, εκ μέρους της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης αναγνωρίζεται η ανάγκη προστασίας των κρίσιμων υποδομών της συμπεριλαμβανομένων και ενεργειακών υποδομών. Συνοπτικά, αυτό που απαιτείται και αυτό το οποίο καταβάλλονται προσπάθειες είναι η μετεξέλιξη της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης σε ένα πιο δυναμικό και αποτελεσματικό διεθνή δρόντα στον τομέα της άμυνας και της ασφάλειας. Ενδεικτική σε αυτό το πλαίσιο είναι η απόφαση για διορισμό του πρώτου Επιτρόπου Άμυνας στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, ο οποίος αναμένεται να εργαστεί για την ανάπτυξη της Ευρωπαϊκής Αμυντικής Ένωσης και την ενίσχυση των επενδύσεων στη βιομηχανική παραγωγή. Μετά την έναρξη του πολέμου στην Ουκρανία, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση έχει κινητοποιηθεί σε πρωτοφανή έκταση και ένταση, καταδικάζοντας επανειλημμένως τον επιθετικό πόλεμο και επιβάλλοντας 14 δέσμες κυρώσεων κατά της Ρωσίας, εξέφρασε την πρόθεσή της για συνέχιση της παροχής ισχυρής οικονομικής, ανθρωπιστικής, στρατιωτικής και διπλωματικής στήριξης στην Ουκρανία. Ενδεικτικά, σε ό,τι αφορά την οικονομική στήριξη της χώρας για τη διετία 2022-2024, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση πέραν της στήριξης από τα κράτη-μέλη, 35 δις ευρώ, κινητοποίησε 6,1 δις ευρώ στο πλαίσιο του Ευρωπαϊκού Μηχανισμού για την Ειρήνη για ανταπόκριση στις στρατιωτικές και αμυντικές ανάγκες της Ουκρανίας. Επιπλέον, τον Μάρτιο του 2024, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση αποφάσισε να αυξήσει το χρηματοδοτικό όριο του EPF κατά 5 δις ευρώ με τη σύσταση ειδικού ταμείου βοήθειας για την Ουκρανία. Με την απόφαση αυτή, η συνολική χρηματοδότηση στήριξης που χορηγείται μέσω του Ευρωπαϊκού Μηχανισμού για την Ειρήνη ανέρχεται σε 11,1 δις ευρώ. Επιπλέον, έλαβε την απόφαση ενίσχυσης της τεχνολογικής και βιομηχανικής βάσης του αμυντικού της τομέα, η οποία, όπως αποδείχθηκε, απαιτείται να καταστεί περισσότερο καινοτόμος, ανταγωνιστική και ανθεκτική. Μέσω του Ευρωπαϊκού Ταμείου Άμυνας, το οποίο αποτελεί τον ακρογωνιαίο λίθο για τη στρατηγική αυτονομία της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και ενθαρρύνει τη συνεργασία μεταξύ επιχειρήσεων καθώς και ερευνητικών κέντρων, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση στοχεύει στην ενίσχυση της συνεργασίας στον τομέα της άμυνας μεταξύ των κρατών μελών. Μέσω του Ταμείου επιδιώκεται η ενίσχυση της ανταγωνιστικότητας, της αποτελεσματικότητας και της ικανότητας καινοτομίας της ευρωπαϊκής αμυντικής και τεχνολογικής βάσης και η στήριξη της έρευνας και ανάπτυξης αμυντικών προϊόντων. Σε ένα άλλο επίπεδο, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση επιδιώκει την ενίσχυση της ασφάλειας της μέσω της αναζωογόνησης της διαδικασίας διεύρυνσής της. Μέσω της ένταξης νέων μελών, ενθαρρύνεται η σταθερότητα και εδραιώνεται η δημοκρατία σε περιοχές που ενδεχομένως να χαρακτηρίζονται από πολιτική αστάθεια. Επιπλέον, η ένταξη νέων χωρών ενισχύει τη συλλογική ασφάλεια της Ένωσης, μειώνει τις κοινωνικές και οικονομικές ανισότητες, στοιχείο το οποίο περιορίζει εν μέρει τις εντάσεις και τις συγκρούσεις, αυξάνει την γεωπολιτική επιρροή της Ευρώπης, επιτρέποντας της να διαδραματίζει σημαντικό ρόλο σε διεθνείς υποθέσεις και ενισχύει τις δυνατότητες άμυνας και ασφάλειας της μέσω της ενίσχυσης της αμυντικής συνεργασίας και της συνεισφοράς των εθνικών στρατών σε κοινωνικές στρατιωτικές αποστολές, Ως Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία, Στηρίζουμε τις προσπάθειες διεύρυνσης της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και τις προοπτικές νέων κρατών μελών, καθότι η ένταξη νέων χωρών στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση συμβάλλει στην περαιτέρω σταθεροποίηση και στον περιορισμό της δράσης άλλων δρόντων στην περιοχή και αποτελεί σημαντικό βήμα για την ενίσχυση της ασφάλειας, της δημοκρατίας και της συνεργασίας στην Ευρώπη. Ως Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία, θεωρούμε πως η ένταξη νέων κρατών μπορεί να ενισχύσει την γεωπολιτική μας θέση και να προωθήσει τις κοινές μας αξίες για την ειρήνη, τη σταθερότητα και την ευημερία στην περιοχή. Σε ό,τι αφορά στην περιοχή της Ανατολικής Μεσογείου και ειδικότερα μετά την έναρξη της σύγκρουσης στη Γάζα και την κρίση στην Ερυθρά Θάλασσα, το περιβάλλον ασφάλειας καθίσταται ακόμα πιο περίπλοκο. Ανέκαθεν, η περιοχή αποτελεί πεδίο σκληρών συγκρούσεων με γεωπολιτικές και γεωστρατηγικές ανακατατάξεις. Ένας από τους βασικούς κρίκους της μακράς αλυσίδας των κρίσεων και των συγκρούσεων που εκτιλήσονται εδώ και δεκαετίες στην περιοχή αποτελεί και το κυπριακό πρόβλημα και οι συνεχείς παράνομες προκλητικές δραστηριότητες της Τουρκίας στο έδαφος, στα χωρικά ύδατα και την αποκλειστική οικονομική ζώνη της Κυπριακής Δημοκρατίας, οι οποίες παραβιάζουν καταφανώς το διεθνές δίκαιο και διαταράσσουν την ομαλότητα και την ειρήνη. Η Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία, διαχρονικά αναγνωρίζοντας αφενός ότι η ευρύτερη Ανατολική Μεσόγειος αποτελεί μια εξαιρετικά ευαίσθητη περιοχή, στην οποία προκύπτουν πολύ συχνά ένοπλες συγκρούσεις και αφετέρου ότι η αποξένωση δεν είναι βιώσιμη επιλογή για ένα μικρό κράτος, υλοποιώντας μεθοδικά μια στοχευμένη εξωτερική πολιτική, έθεσε ως στόχο τη βελτίωση και εμβάθυνση των σχέσεών της με τα γειτονικά κράτη και σημαντικούς δρόντες στην περιφέρεια. Επιδιώκουμε μέσω αυτών των σχέσεων να δημιουργήσουμε ένα πλαίσιο συνεργασίας και εμπιστοσύνης, να δημιουργήσουμε ένα πλαίσιο συνεργασίας το οποίο θα ενισχύει τις προσπάθειες για επίτευξη και διατήρηση ειρήνης, σταθερότητας και ασφάλειας στην περιοχή και θα συνεισφέρει στη διαδικασία επίτευξης των στόχων που έχει θέσει η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση στο πλαίσιο της Ευρωπαϊκής Πολιτικής Γειτονίας για διατήρηση της ασφάλειας και της ισορροπίας ανάμεσα στα πολλαπλά και ραγδαίως διαμορφούμενα ανταγωνιστικά συμφέροντα των δρόντων στην νότια γειτονιά. Ως κράτος μέλος της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, αντιλαμβανόμαστε πλήρως τις δυνατότητες μας και δηλώνουμε παρός σε όλα τα γεγονότα που συμβαίνουν γύρω μας. Χαρακτηριστικό παράδειγμα αποτελεί η συμβολή μας στις διεθνείς προσπάθειες για εκκένωση και υποδοχή αμάχων πολιτών τόσο από το Σουδάν όσο και από το Ισραήλ, οι οποίες αναδεικνύουν ξανά την Κύπρο ως ένα σταθερό πυλώνα στη διαχείριση των ανθρωπιστικών κρίσεων στην ευρύτερη περιοχή. Ως Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία και ειδικότερα ως Υπουργείο Άμυνας, στο πλαίσιο του αναφέρετου δικαιώματος μας για την προστασία των πολιτών μας και τη διασφάλιση της άμυνας της πατρίδας μας, ενισχύουμε μεθοδικά την επιχειρησιακή μας ετοιμότητα και την αποτρεπτική μας ικανότητα. Με τη διατήρηση των αμυντικών μας δυνατοτήτων σε υψηλό επίπεδο, μέσω της ενδυνάμωσης της αποτρεπτικής ικανότητας της εθνικής φρουράς, αποσκοπούμε στη διαφύλαξη της εθνικής μας ασφάλειας και της εδαφικής μας ακεραιότητας. Κυρίες και κύριοι, έχει καταστεί σαφές ότι βρισκόμαστε σε μια εποχή πρωτοφανών προκλήσεων. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση καλείται να αναπροσαρμόσει τις στρατηγικές της, να ενισχύσει τους μηχανισμούς της συνεργασίας στην άμυνα και είναι πρώτη στο ζήτημα πολιτικής βούλησης και οικονομικής ανθεκτικότητας. Σε έναν κόσμο όπου οι απειλές μεταβάλλονται ταχύτητα, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση πρέπει να παραμείνει ευέλικτη, να επενδύσει στην καινοτομία και να διατηρήσει τον ηγετικό της ρόλο ως παράγοντα ειρήνης και σταθερότητας. Το νέο γεωπολιτικό σκηνικό απαιτεί από εμάς να προσαρμόσουμε τις στρατηγικές μας και να ενισχύσουμε τις συμμαχίες μας τόσο εντός όσο και εκτός των συνόρων της Ευρώπης. Μόνο μέσα από τη συλλογική προσπάθεια και τη διαρκή συνεργασία μπορούμε να διασφαλίσουμε μια ασφαλή, ισχυρή και ευημερούσα Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, έτοιμη να αντιμετωπίσει τις προκλήσεις του μέλλοντος.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Okay. So after the key speaker, where we noted a lot of concepts that we want as a panel to bring into a debate from different perspectives, geographical, but also academic and as practitioners, I would like to present the three panelists. Hicks de Vries is Senior Visiting Fellow from the London School of Economics and Political Science. Evan Kalpadakis is Coordinator for Alexis Tsipras Institute for Peace, Justice and Sustainable Growth. And Elena Rafti is Diplomatic Advisor to the Minister of Defense from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cyprus. Okay, the dynamic will be that each one of the panelists will try to develop some ideas and positions for around 5 minutes, and then we can exchange questions among ourselves and, of course, open to the public in order to have a discussion. So, Hicks, you're opening up the panel.
Well, thank you very much. I'll do my best to stick to the 5 minutes. In the last email I received, there was still a generous 8, but they have been they have been slowly shrinking. I'll do my best. So first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to be back in Cyprus, a country where I have many fond memories and indeed some family relations. So very happy to be back. And congratulations on Cyprus' 20th anniversary as a member state of the European Union. I very much think that Cyprus has already given a lot to the EU in terms of ideas, contributions, viewpoints, but I think in the coming years more will even be asked because, as the Minister has just said, strengthening European cooperation will be an absolute priority. So, without further ado, that was 30 seconds. Security, first. 3 main challenges. One, obviously, Russia. Russia has just said it will increase its military spending by 25%, so that security and defense will account for 40% of the annual Russian budget. Secondly, it is expanding its military so that it will become the second largest in the world after China, surpassing both India and the United States in terms of numbers. Russia is putting its economy on a war footing. And there is a reason for that. It is very clear, President Putin has said this on many occasions, that he wants to reconstitute a sphere of influence for Russia which coincides with the borders of the former Soviet Union, therefore including countries that are currently member states of the European Union. Second challenge, China. President Xi Jinping is trying to build China into the world's preeminent economic power and into Asia's strongest military and political power. President Xi has also said that he wants a military option available to China in relation to Taiwan by 2027, 2028. I think we would all be wise to take that very seriously. There is a risk of growing military tensions in Asia that will affect Europe. Thirdly, there is, of course, the wider Middle East. We've all seen the news. I don't need to talk about the Israeli wars currently going on. It's clear that Israel has bought itself time for a political solution, because Israel can strike hard, as it is doing at Hamas and at Hezbollah, but it cannot eradicate either. So there is now time for a political solution. The question is, are politicians willing to move in that direction? Iran has been humiliated. A humiliated enemy is not necessarily weaker, but can be more unpredictable and more dangerous. Third challenge. Can Europe count on the American protection as we have for the past 80 years? I think the American guarantee is less predictable than it has been for a long time. Donald Trump has said very clearly that unless the Europeans pay more for defense, he is not willing to defend them. He said quite literally, he would not protect them in case of a Russian attack. In fact, he said, I would encourage the Russians to, quote, do whatever the hell they want. his candidate for Vice President, Vance, is slightly more polite, but has said the same thing in more academic terms. But apart from who wins the US presidential elections, America will have no choice but to turn more towards Asia in the next 10 years. So these three trends, plus an unclear role of the United States in the longer term, where does that leave Europe? On the positive side, the war in Ukraine has been a wake-up call for many European countries, which are now spending more on defense. On the negative side, the sense of urgency, I think, is still quite limited. National politicians in Europe still do not talk hard security to their electorates. They talk about it, but in seminars, and not on television or in the street. That will have to change. The British Army, according to a recent quote by a senior British defense official, I think it's a serious quote, is, and I quote, "not prepared to fight and win an armed conflict of any scale." That may be an overstatement, but it is a worry that I think applies to most continental armies, and indeed also to the United States. What can we do about that? What's the problem? The problem is, first, a lack of spending still in many countries, including countries like Spain and Italy. Second, a waste of money on duplication of projects. We have many more weapon systems than the Americans, and frankly, we don't need all of them. Countries buy national instead of buying European. The EU is helping, the minister has already referred to that, but the scale of the EU support is quite limited, partly because the Germans don't want the European Union to become too strong in the military sense. When the Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte ran the Dutch governments, he cut national defense in the Netherlands. As Secretary General of NATO, his task is now to encourage the Dutch and others to spend more. I hope he will succeed. So that, I think, is, in a nutshell, some of the essence of the security situation. Very quickly, a few words about enlargement, if I still have, or would you like me to stop here? You would like me to stop here. Then I move on, and we do enlargement later. Go ahead.
So thank you very much. I can pick up on enlargement and focus a bit more on European enlargement. I think you're very clear on the security challenges. But if we're going to put the discussion on European enlargement into context, we have to understand that it's a process that did not take place in the past in a vacuum and is not taking place now in a geopolitical vacuum. Europe has become bigger and bigger during a period of Western ascendancy, of getting stronger and stronger during the Cold War, during the détente period, and then in a unipolar world from 1990 on after the fall of the Soviet Union. The European enlargement of 1975, for example, 1973, as well as 1995, was a European enlargement to consolidate the unity of Western and Northern Europe together. The European enlargement of the early 80s in the Mediterranean is a process in which, in a post-fascist period, a period after the military dictatorships in Portugal, in Spain, in Greece, the European Union was passing on its institutions and its institutional model, its support for democracy, for the rule of law, to 3 Mediterranean countries. The European enlargement process of 2004 was a longer process that came exactly in the post-communist transition period for several countries in Eastern Europe and in the former Soviet Union. And it was again a process by which Europe, as an institutional model, was passing on important institutions that had to do with the rule of law and democracy. This is a completely different security environment than the one we have today when we're talking about European enlargement. Today, what we are seeing is a transition towards a multipolar world in an environment of multi-crises, of parallel crises that come together. And we can analyze what these are today, and they're not just security challenges. But it is a completely different security environment, and in this environment, it is clear that a lot of the problems we face is because in the West, we have not accepted this. This transition demands new institutions, new mechanisms, and a new type of strategy, new type of diplomacy to move ahead. European enlargement in this context has to be based on a different direction, a much more strategic direction about what the EU wants to do in the Western Balkans, in Ukraine, in Moldova, in Georgia, in a much more strategic direction so that we don't simply use the tools that we had in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 2000s for European enlargement under a completely different security environment and copy-paste them on a process that is completely different today. If we try to do that, and that's what we in part have been trying to do all this time, we will reach a deadlock, and we see the deadlock happening. We had the opportunity to have a big leap in terms of European enlargement right after the Prespa Agreement in 2018. This did not happen. We had an opportunity to have a leap in European enlargement in the Western Balkans in 2022 in terms of substance also in the Western Balkans with the events in Ukraine and with the Russian invasion in Ukraine. And what do we see as time goes by? We see that the accession status is given to Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and Bosnia, but we don't see the tools that we need to move ahead in the next years. How exactly is this enlargement going to take place? We need a different approach. We can talk about this. For me, I believe it is a phased approach, focusing in a different direction, particularly in terms of the economy. We need to think of the issues you raised in terms of energy, security, technology in a different way. I think the Draghi report gives us an insight into how this could be, but we have to be much braver in order to do this. And we need to be thinking of the role that the EU wants to have in the region. I think Greece and Cyprus, and we can talk more about this, have a key role to play in the region in terms of European enlargement. The Minister of Defense referred to parts of the role of what this role can be, but I think there's a lot more to do from the part of both Greece and Cyprus, and there we need not just braver leadership in terms of Europe about how to move ahead, we need braver leadership also in Greece and Cyprus so that we can be at the front of this European strategy. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to all of you for this. And if you allow me to pick up on some of these points and maybe diverge slightly on what has been said. I think it is true that we are faced with new global dynamics, a more contested, multipolar world, and this has given the impetus to the EU to learn to speak the language of power, as High Representative Borrell has said, or at least this is the ambition. I think the Russian aggression against Ukraine provided the trigger for this geopolitical awakening, and the response of the EU is to have this push to become a geopolitical actor that defends and pursues not only its values, its normative values, but also its interests. And this is something that has been defined in the strategic compass. So this new dynamics provided the impetus for a plethora of defense initiatives within the EU. And at the same time, I think they reinvigorated an enlargement process which has been languishing since 2003. So now I think there is a realization that we cannot have gray zones. We cannot have bridges of areas that are subject or fragile to spheres of influence of other actors. It is important not to have this for the security of Europe. So to work for our security interests, we must also pursue enlargement to bring in those regions. So the new enlargement process is infused with this dynamic, if you want, of a bloc consolidation, I could call it. I think also there was this question of whether we have a different methodology, whether this is simply a new enlargement that has to be a tool of attaining geopolitical objectives, but not be based on different processes of merit, as we saw in previous enlargements, on a driver for these countries to become more democratic, to adopt the values of the EU. But I would question whether there's an inherent tension or contradiction between having a process of democratization and also to have a geopolitical impetus behind that. So it can be sort of a nexus that combines the geopolitical considerations with the normative ones, because I think the normative framework is very important to the self-perception of the EU. I would also argue that the previous enlargements were also geopolitical, because I think what they did was to anchor countries into the social, political, and security structures of the West. And definitely from sitting here in Nicosia and from a country that had its particularities, I would say that yes, it was a geopolitical decision. Again, there are some similarities now. Unprecedented choices have been made to bring in countries that have active warfare, an enlargement that will enlarge also the border when it happens of the EU with Russia. We're going to bring in a lot of small countries, which also will have implications. At the same time, I think we need to see some of the opportunities that are presented. To be a global player, you need to have more population. This will happen with the enlargement. I think also countries will be brought in with a more favorable demographic markers. I think it's important to say that more young people will come in because demography is essential. It's also essential in ways, for example, in innovation, which is a driver for technology. This is something important to consider. Access to critical resources that some of the new countries will bring in. Capable armies, resilient societies. So let's support them. Let's buttress them in this quest to join the EU. I think, again, Cyprus has been a supporter of the enlargement process, and we will continue to be so. I would also like to discuss a little bit, perhaps later on, what is the role of Cyprus and Greece and countries in the southern neighborhood, what is happening right now. How defense and CSDP, does it have a role in this? We have also seen for the first time with the Aspides, for example, a willingness of the EU to go in to defend global commons at seas. So one is the routes, and the other thing which is very important for Greece, Cyprus, and others is the seabed infrastructure. So we see the EU going in new ways. We have an article also 42.7 in the treaty for mutual defense. That is important for our strategic autonomy. We have to put flesh on the bones because it's not clarified what mechanism. But I think there's a lot there, and perhaps I would stop here and we could discuss further. Thank you very much.
Okay, I would like to ask now how many people would like to ask questions so that we can... Wow! Okay, we have 4. Angeliki, you know we have to extend. Okay, I would like to, before giving the floor to the public, I would like to give it to Higgs because he wants to respond to Elena, and then I will open up to you.
No, thank you very much. I agree very much with both of your points of view, and certainly that enlargement is a geopolitical priority and it should be seen as such. I also think that what you mentioned about the EU defense clause is quite important. Perhaps people in the audience may know that in 2022, just after Russia had invaded Ukraine, Sweden and Finland, which at the time were not NATO member states, wrote a joint letter to the European Union invoking the European Union defense clause and asking the European Union to step into the security vacuum which was in Northern Europe at the time. So this is a live clause. And I think it is important to put some more flesh on the bones of that article in the years to come. We will have no choice. But I will not go into the enlargement discussion right now because there are many questions, but I would like to come back at some point to the internal politics of the European Union. Because much as I agree with the geopolitical priority, I fear there are some very, very significant hurdles at European level before enlargement can take place. And I think we should name those and try to deal with them in the years to come.
Okay, thank you. I'll just hand it on.
Hello, my name is Ksenia Mukhortova. I'm a president of Community of Ukrainian Cypriot Friendship. Even my not very high level of Greek let me understand that Honorable Minister was talking about hybrid challenges to the security. So my question is about the informational defense of Cyprus, because as I can see, no Russian entity was closed in Cyprus. We still have several Russian houses. Just a few days ago, they celebrated annexation of the territories. They act under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia with their embassy. They invite Russian military to come to have lectures for teenagers talking about war. It's all on their Facebook page. You can just enter it and look at it. So no, Russian propaganda is not opposed at all at Cyprus. This is what I observe. So what is done about it, and when will it stop?
Hello, thank you very much for this insightful panel. My name is Medina. I'm with the American University of Beirut Mediterranean. I'm a master's student. And I wanted to ask specifically with regard to the security challenges and policy development in the EU. I want to ask about the safety strategies in the sphere of growing technological warfare, specifically whether it's displayed with the pagers exploding in Lebanon or also fears in AI interfering with security with personal data.
Hello, I'm a graduate from the University of Cyprus. I wanted to ask how we're going to make the European citizens to understand what countries are the threats. To give an example, how we're going to make the citizens of the Baltic states understand that Cypriots and Greeks see Turkey as a threat, and how we're going to make like Cypriots and Greeks understand that Russia is a threat to Europe.
Thank you very much. Panagiotis Hajibablis from Cyprus MOD. Firstly, allow me to just say that we sympathize with the Ukrainian people. Actually, we are suffering from similar aggressive... Actually, we are suffering from similar aggressive actions from aggressive countries. Elena, if you allow me, I can just give a clue about what you said. The Cyprus competent authorities are in close cooperation with the European Union, and actually we are cooperating in the Stratcom domain. We are following and we are participating in all the fora regarding this Stratcom campaign for Ukraine. That's all that I can say. And the question, please. Elena, you referred to the article 42.7. This is my question, and thank you for referring to this. I'm always posing this question actually when I'm in Brussels, and I would like to listen to your ideas as well. Article 5 NATO vis-a-vis 42.7, and let's say a possible scenario of an aggression of Turkey towards Cyprus, and what is going to happen with this Article 42.7, and what's the credibility of the EU as we are speaking about EU enlargement and security. Can this article be applied?
Okay. Who wants to take the floor? We have a difficult question, your question, which is very technical. I don't know if anyone in the panel can respond that, but I believe from my perspective, I cannot respond it either, right? But I believe it's a very, very military-oriented counter-information security question to respond, and I believe it's not the environment to respond to that. So sorry.
all the questions and the breadth of questions posed on information, misinformation, disinformation, strategic communication. Yes, we're following the lead of the EU. We have helped to develop that. Cyprus has been subject to hybrid threats, also in the information domain, for many years, so we know. Let me just say, beyond everything else, the strongest weapon, I think, to fight this is to have resilient, strong democratic societies, to also make sure that our citizens are able to judge and to counter this. But countering disinformation, misinformation, is something that all EU countries do, and of course we continue doing it. On the technology question, yes, it's a rather technical one, but of course we're going to see more and more technological developments. The EU must invest in this. Our world is going to change. AI, technology is going to change it. This is one of the points. Why is it good to bring in these countries that have young populations? Because, we like it or not, the young are the engine of innovation. We need to invest as European Union in that, and we need to have these people, these bright people from these countries that are maybe not able to have opportunities in their own countries to be able to do this. It will also, given that there is integration of the markets, let's say in Western Balkans with the EU, it would even the transaction cost would go down. So this is another important thing of why we should proceed with the enlargement. On 42.7, yes, it's an article that we must all try and clarify the mechanisms. I mean, it is there, in theory stronger, Article 5. Perhaps not as strong as some previous Western European Union articles, as I read it, but it is there. I mean, there are also some absences, to be fair there, on the institutional front, because the institutions are not mentioned there in Article 42.7, or how we respond. But it is there, and also the duty of solidarity is a treaty-based duty. So this is very strong, and I think the European family has shown, and we will continue to show, the solidarity to each other. We need also to discuss about the institutional makeup, obviously, before an enlargement. And was there something else?
About how countries define other countries as a threat to their societies, which I think is something that you mentioned about countries making.
So I will
leave it to.
Just to say that every country's history, vantage point, because geography is not destiny, but geography is determinant of a lot of things. So our history is our vantage point, our size will also determine how we view things. But let me just say that I think within the EU, we are able to work, and we have worked to sort of define collectively our security interests and also what is our challenges. So I think a lot has been done, and there have been great strides in this field within the EU.
I think all the microphones are closed. We hear you.
No, it's on. On Russian hybrid strategy, I cannot comment on the situation here, but in general, I think that we should take this new form of warfare, which is just below the level of military conflict, extremely seriously. And not only when it comes to Russia, Iran practices similar activities, China practices similar activities. And there are two things you can do. One is to take action directly against sources of this type of disinformation electronically. That is the kinetic side, if you wish. But the more important side, and I think the two have to go together, is the point that you raised, is preparing the population. And that starts at the level of education. It starts at school level. Children have to learn the difference between truth and lies. They have to learn that democracy is there to be defended, that democracy is vulnerable, and that it takes an effort from every individual to make up his or her own mind when it comes to what they take and what they don't take from the internet. And that skill of dealing with electronic media is a skill that we need to teach children at a very early age, because as adults they need to practice it. There was a question in the back about how Cyprus can help Northern Europe understand its situation and how the Baltics can explain theirs in the south. One of the mechanisms there is exchange. Through the Erasmus program and through other programs, getting people from one particular EU member state to visit other EU member states, either physically or online. Again, links between schools can be an extremely useful element. Online joint projects by schools across European borders, so that kids in high school work on parallel projects simultaneously, which means they get in touch with each other and start to communicate. Kids are terribly curious about each other. How is life in Estonia? I've got no idea. Cyprus, whereabouts is that? I've got no idea. Tell me about yourself. That is where this has to be built. Building Europe starts at the level of individuals, of human beings, who have to learn that they are not only Cypriots, they are Cypriots and Europeans. They are not only Estonians, they're Estonians and Europeans. We have a dual identity. I think that's absolutely fundamental. I should stop there. We can't deal with enlargement, but I have a problem with enlargement. We haven't discussed the nuts and bolts. Anyway.
I'd like to talk about enlargement. So about enlargement, I think we have to refocus a little bit the point. I think most definitely, as we said, previous enlargements were geopolitical enlargements. They were about consolidating Europe and the European project at a time of Western strength, both during the end of the Cold War and after 1990 and the fall of the Soviet Union. In these times, the challenges were very different that had to do with consolidating the strength of the European Union. Now the challenges we face with the enlargement countries are very different. So the tools we need are very different. I'd like to quote the former Chief of Staff of Barack Obama, who said, "We live in a time of Western leadership, but not Western primacy." At a time of Western leadership without Western primacy, the tools we need to use are going to be different, and the enlargement process has to be based on a differentiated architecture. It cannot be the same model we used for Denmark in 1973, Greece in 1981, Poland in 2004, Sweden in 1995. We use the same model going ahead using institutions, European institutions that will be copied and integrated, etc., in European countries. We need a differentiated architecture, which means a differentiated strategy. A different one for the Western Balkans, a different one for Ukraine, a different one for Moldova and Georgia. And that means, it doesn't mean moving back in terms of our values, but it means having a strategy in terms of how they unfold in relation to a phased approach for enlargement. Putting, for example, economic integration first before changes in terms of the rule of law or in terms of justice. If we don't do this, and we just use the same old models in a different period, that is a completely different geopolitical period, at a time where, contrary to what was happening in Greece in 1981 or Denmark in 73 or Poland in 2004, we have adversaries in these countries. We have state and non-state forces that we have to face. If we don't use a phased approach and a strategy, if we don't do more, and there I think we need to do more, I don't think there have been leaps in terms of the strategic compass, the strategic logic of Europe, we will not be able to move ahead with European enlargement. To add to that, you're right that we need to define threats in this environment, but this cannot be disconnected to how we deal with them. To say that there is a threat is not enough if you don't know how exactly you're going to deal with them. To say that Cyprus or Greece need to be able to use Article 42.7 and invoke it if there is a violation of the the sovereign rights or sovereignty of Greece and Cyprus is not enough for what we need to do today. We need at the same time to have a positive agenda, a positive strategy for enlargement and for the region. We need, as you said, to talk to the youth about what exactly it means to be in Europe, what it means to live in a democracy, what it means to tell between lies and realities, and that takes self-criticism also. That means that, first of all, we have to accept the mistakes that we in the West have made in the past years, that we accept the mistakes that we in Greece and we in Cyprus have made in the last year and have not been able to move ahead with the strategic goals that we have set, because it's just as important an Estonian child understanding a Cypriot child as it is for Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots children to participate in initiatives together and to be able to build a common strategy for what we need for Cyprus in the future. I think we are behind in terms of this strategic thinking all around. I don't think we have made enough steps in doing it, and it needs to be much more nuanced than it was in the past periods when we talked about enlargement. And just to add in this regard, a final point, it has to be based on brave decisions, brave political decisions, not kicking the can down the road and being honest about what we need. And we need to be honest also on our Ukraine policy, which we're not always honest enough about what we can do and what we cannot do, and what we should do, but maybe what we're not able to do. And that needs honesty. We need to be honest about mistakes of the past, and we need to be honest that what we need is brave decisions, just like, and we have seen this example, the Prespa agreement of 2018, where two countries sat on the table, took difficult decisions, but managed to unlock the European enlargement process. This is what we need, and we do not have the luxury in this world, in this changing, unstable world, where there is no Western primacy anymore, to kick the can down the road all the time. We need to have strategy and brave decisions.
If I may, a comment, there is this fashion now to talk about innovation. So everything has to have the word of innovation. Innovation here, innovation there, and there, and there, and there, and everything is innovative, and strategy is innovative, etc. And Europe has the mission, the Horizon missions, that it's the new innovative methodology of planning, etc., etc. One of the issues that was placed here, and also in other panels that we have been in the morning, is that we are seeking for change, but we are talking about innovation, but we are not ready, as the panelists said in different ways and from different perspectives, to take the chance of thinking in an innovative way of how to change our institutions in order to make things work. Innovation has 3 levels. We either innovate our organization from 0 to 100, from 100 to 0, so we reform them completely. We either reform part of it, or we decide to create new processes and new products and new services in our organizations. We have to think, and we have to know what kind of capacity we have in order to face different processes of innovation. So I think what the 3 of you and also the minister have been said, and also the public, is that we are all of us seeking innovation to occur in our institutions, in our policies, in our rule of law, in our strategies, in the way we think of our strategies. It's not possible anymore in a very fast-changing and uncertain world to stick with strategies that take us too long to elaborate, and when we are ready to, and we said, okay, we have our strategy elaborated, we are not able to implement it because everything is changed. So we need to create institutions, processes, and to prepare the youth, as you said, to know what's true and what's wrong, what's right and what's not, what's a lie, in order to be able to take scientific, validated decisions. Because it's becoming more difficult to do that, and in order to innovate, we need to stick to something that is solid, right? So what I feel is that we, as Evan said, we are trying to change things by sticking on the same strategy, sticking on the same house, sticking on the same people, sticking on the same thought. Maybe it's too disruptive, but that's my role here. We need to close, so I would like you to give your conclusion on EU enlargement security challenges and give a closing position on this panel.
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of innovation and where can Cyprus help? Innovations that the European Union needs to be able to take on board new member states have to do with reforming EU decision-making and EU institutions. If you move from 27 veto-applying countries to 35 or more veto-applying countries, decision-making will grind to a halt. So we need Cyprus to contribute to a discussion at European level about making our decision-making structures in Europe enlargement-proof. The other area where we need change before we can have new member states is to reform EU spending and the EU budget. We will need more money to deal with questions such as the defense dimension, the environmental dimension, the greying of the population, the enlargement process, etc. Enlargement will not happen unless it can be financed. And it can only be financed if we reform the budget. There too, Cyprus can help. And a third and final area, of course, Cyprus as an EU member state is entitled to European Union solidarity when it comes to its security. But Cyprus itself, of course, will also be called upon to redouble its already very impressive efforts to help and build bridges across the Green Line on this island. And perhaps a little bit more can be done in that dimension, particularly in terms of confidence-building measures. There is a lot of low-hanging fruit that is ready to be collected in terms of confidence-building measures if the political will is there. That runs from questions to do with education to questions to do with sports. Why is there still not an exchange at sports level across the Green Line? Confidence building starts at low level. There's a lot more that can be done, even with a difficult and obstructive government on the Turkish Cypriot side. So I hope that Cyprus will redouble its efforts, not only to support the EU in what the EU is doing, but to contribute actively in this process of innovation to reform the European Union and make it more effective.
Thank you. I agree fully on the question of innovation, and that's what we need. We need to be able to think of more innovative positions. And I would like to add to which ones these could be. On the question of decision-making and qualified majority voting, I think a discussion like this could be constructive and important if it is clearly connected to the interests of Greece and Cyprus that have to do with the security and defense of their sovereignty and sovereign rights. If there is a framework for EU-Turkey relations to go ahead, for recognizing the concerns in terms of defense and security of Cyprus and Greece, then we can have a constructive discussion about changing the structure of decision-making in the European Union. We are member states, and this is an important defense challenge and defense concern, extremely important, as is the question of Ukraine, where, of course, we have a Russian invasion. And there we have seen how important the question of sovereignty and of violation of international law is. So in this regard, we need to be innovative if we're going to discuss decision-making in the EU, also in terms of EU-Turkey relations and in terms of our concerns in the Eastern Mediterranean. Secondly, question of innovation that has to do with the common foreign and security policy. I don't know if it's innovative or not, but the EU has to have a much stronger role in supporting peace in the region, peace on the basis of international law. We have absolutely no face in the world if we don't have a strategy for Ukraine. We don't have a face in the world if we have double standards on the question of Israel right now and the situation there, and thousands of civilians who are being killed. If the EU cannot play a role in promoting peace, in fighting terrorism without having thousands of civilian casualties, in promoting peace in the Middle East, then what can be its reliability in the rest of the world? So we need innovative thinking in terms of leadership for Europe as a international force. Lastly, question of infrastructure, and Mario Draghi has clearly highlighted its importance for the economy and for the future of the region. Now we have we're going to have a Greek commissioner in charge of questions of transport and infrastructure. I think most definitely there are extremely important projects in the region. There are and should be even more priority projects in the Eastern Mediterranean that Cyprus and Greece can have a central role in, and we need a new Greece-Cyprus strategy that goes beyond the strategy of the last 10 years, which was oriented on the question of hydrocarbons and in particular pipelines. We need a new Greece-Cyprus strategy for the region that has to do with interconnectivity, has to do with energy cooperation, has to be part of Europe. And I think Cyprus and Greece can be leaders in this question and at the same time reinvigorate the role of the EU in the region. I said lastly, but I have the absolute last position. There cannot be a discussion of reliability of the European Union in terms of how ready it is and how innovative it is to face the challenges of the future if it doesn't prove it can solve its problems in its own neighborhood. The EU must support all efforts for the just and viable solution of the Cyprus issue. And this must be a constant message. It is not something the EU can do alone. The EU did not resolve the Macedonian issue. Greece and North Macedonia resolved it, but the EU supported it. So we need political will here on the island, we need political will in Greece and Turkey, and we need the full support of the EU on this question.
And first of all, we needed another couple of hours for this debate. Let me just, of course, completely agree with what you have said there, and let me just make a few points, again, with the EU. And this is why I think we should insist that the EU is also a normative power, it is a community of law, and it must act as such with regard to Cyprus, with regard to others in our neighborhood and beyond. We must not, of course, have double standards. I think we've talked of innovation. We can say something about new mental maps through which to see the world. There's no Western primacy or no Western primacy, but Western leadership. We can also say what we should do is push back on revisionist powers that are affronting our values, but be flexible with others. I'm thinking here, for example, about Africans and other countries that want to have a more say in global affairs. The EU must make these bridges, and it must avoid its double standards because it is a community of law, and it is a power for multilateralism and the power of multilateralism to do that. Just to pick up on QMV and institutional reforms, and this is a big discussion, and of course we could spend a long time discussing it. Let me just say, of course, this is a question of national survival, of sovereignty. It is very important for Cyprus. We would, and for other countries, so there would not be any abuse of the veto power. And let me just say that QMV is not a panacea. We have seen decisions taken in 2016 on migration by QMV. They were never enforced. If you lack political will, you will not go ahead with that. If also you go through with QMV at the time when we have contestation by others, what we do is we expose our disunity to the world, and we are prey to others picking on that. So let's think hard about how to reform our institutions, how to make sure that all EU countries understand that what is good for the EU is good for my own country. And then a lot of the other things would be solved. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Next discussion, a panel on European security architecture after the war in Ukraine. Moving to our next discussion, a panel on European security architecture after the war in Ukraine. nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change.
Moving to our next discussion, a panel on European security architecture after the war in Ukraine.
Try.
Just check that it's okay.
По-грузинськи сказати, зараз я згадаю. Гамарджоба. Мадлоба, діді Мадлоба.
Yeah. Do we have enough chairs?
Приплутав з Галмарджос. Yes, there would be one more. Hello. Kalispera. Alexei Gera.
Last but not least, everyone was talking downstairs.
It was the previous panel.
Yes, I know.
Very good. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start with this very interesting session entitled the European Security Architecture and the day after. I can do better without the microphone. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go again. We are ready to have this very interesting session, the European security architecture after the war in Ukraine. We were supposed to have 5 speakers. Nadia Parva couldn't come, so we are 4. There are a lot of issues to address here. The process is that I will be giving each speaker about 10 to 12 minutes.
How much?
10 to 12 minutes.
10, 12 minutes. Okay. Here, because I was oriented to 2 questions, so I tried to...
10 to, you can speak less but no more. Okay? And then I will be asking the speakers specific questions. Some are the same, some are not. Yesterday I was on a panel on non-violence, and today I'm chairing this session, and we look forward to a very interesting discussion. We will start Tina, who will address the issue of the European enlargement within the framework of this discussion. Tina, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. A bit too much voice, but we need the mics for the live streaming. I would appreciate if you could actually lower the volume of my mic, if that's possible, a little bit. So we just had a session here actually in the same room about enlargement, but I still take this opportunity to, coming from Brussels as well, to make a few points. Now, starting point for the coming wave of the enlargement is that this enlargement is very much motivated by the security concerns. On the previous panel, I think we heard some speakers referring to defining strategies with different candidate countries vis-à-vis Western Balkans, with the Eastern Partnership Trio. And the key points of the previous session, the way I got it, was that it should start with, of course, economic integration. And I very much agree with it. Economic integration has always been at the very core of how candidate countries would ease their access to the European Union single market and European integration. However, right now, the EU's enlargement is very much stimulated, incentivized with the change of geopolitical circumstances and with security concerns. So the EU enlargement will not simply happen if these security concerns are not addressed first. And what I have in mind is whether the European Union can actually provide security to its member states and to the candidate countries standing in the line. European Union, as we all know it, it's a very much the treaty-based institution, and we have Article 42, paragraph 7 about solidarity and the security. However, it has never really been triggered, right? So we still have to test and try to interpret what does the EU mean actually with this treaty provisions. However, we know, and what we know is that previous enlargement, Big Bang enlargement as we call it, 2004, came along with these back then new member states becoming also the NATO members, right? So the NATO is the security union, and we know the European Union is really not the security union. So I do not see, especially, enlargement coming ahead with the Eastern Partnership Trio, Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova, if there are no security guarantees and if there are no their NATO membership basically on the table. Now, a few points how we got until here, and how EU has been engaged with those countries in the past, and what are the lessons learned. Now, EU has had Eastern Partnership policy with those countries, right? Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine, which simply just didn't work. The whole point was the strategic engagement of the European Union with this trio without proposing their membership perspectives, without putting it on the table. These countries have signed association agreements, they have signed deep and comprehensive free trade areas, which indeed brought those countries closer to the EU single market, but because there was never promised the membership, again, draw the comparison with the Western Balkan countries, which have been promised the European perspective back in Thessaloniki Summit 2003, right? Those trio are very, very vulnerable, and their EU membership was never really on the table. And it had to be, again, Russia to come in and be really active, and EU, again, being, reactive rather than proactive, that, Russia brings a war at the border. So EU finally wakes up and puts there the membership perspective. Again, this ambiguity that was applied from the European Union vis-à-vis its neighbors simply just didn't work. And it did not deter Russia to just, bring another war in the region with its neighbors. So this was the lesson learned, that EU has to be proactive, not really reactive, and security concerns have been at the core, are at the core, and will remain on the core. And EU has to have the strategy, how it will play with it. So far, what we see with also enlargement policy, it was, developed and acted on an emergency cases, right? There is urgency and the EU acts, but there is still not a strategy, when this will happen, what to do with the country. Ukraine, I have in mind, that is at war. Of course, Ukraine has been very ambitious implementing reforms, which is really, really, impressive. The country is at war. And EU has put forward all the facilities and instruments to help the country at war to survive. But still, we don't have a clear horizon how enlargement will go ahead, which of course puts a lot of question marks on the EU's enlargement policy, whether it works, whether it doesn't work. But again, one thing, if anything is clear, is that this process will not go forward if there are no security guarantees in place. So I will stop here, not to take more time.
I will get back to you with questions after everybody's finished.
After your two questions you mentioned in the letter, right, to everybody, about could be prevented and second
yes, you can.
Okay.
What I send is I send it to everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, but I will get back after
Okay.
With specific question with each one of them, some will be the same. So the floor is yours.
Kalispera. And thank you very much for inviting, and I would like also to thank the people and the government of Cyprus, because Cyprus supported territorial integrity of Ukraine during the resolutions in the United Nations. Cyprus supported territorial integrity of Ukraine in the United Nations, so we are thankful to people and the government of Cyprus. Cyprus also participated in the so-called Global Summit of Peace, and Cyprus joined the communique of this summit, and Cyprus continued to work in, I believe, 3 working groups on that. So you understand what we have. You have your own tragedy, and you understand what is divided country, what is deportations, what is the changing of demographic situation on the territory which are under occupation, and so on and so forth. So every tragedy is about human beings, is tragedy, okay? In different parts of the world, you know, for Cyprus, Ukraine, Middle East. What made Ukrainian case very, very specific? Because Ukraine was the 3rd largest nuclear nation in the world after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. We gave up our nuclear arsenal, which was larger than British, French, and Chinese combined together. And we received the territorial guarantees of our territorial integrity from the US, the UK, and Russia. So Russia guaranteed. Oh, you are showing my slides. Okay, wonderful. Ah, wow. Okay, I didn't expect that. I didn't have hope for that. Miracle, yeah. So, and officially, Ukraine had non-bloc status. So we were a neutral country before 2014. So Russia violated everything, its own obligations. They used the bluff about NATO expansion, but we were neutral. We were officially declared at the governmental level. And please show the next slide. Yeah, and here you. Okay. And here you see Ukrainians were asked, Ukrainians were asked what is the best way to guarantee security of Ukraine. Okay, so in 2020, that is before Russian aggression, Russian occupation of Crimea, only about 20% of Ukrainians, you know, hope to join NATO. Only 12%. Most non-aligned status. So basically what Putin's saying, you know, is a threat from the territory of Ukraine because of NATO is a lie. Again, look. And then Russia attacked in 2014. And you see how support for NATO increased. I believe this is normal reaction of normal people. You know, the treaty was violated. Russia was an aggressor, and Russia started this aggression since 2014. So, but one more specific issue is that the war in Ukraine basically is not about territory. Putin doesn't want to keep only Crimea or Donbass. Putin would like to destroy, to seize the whole Ukraine and to destroy the Ukrainian nation. And he openly is saying about it. So he is saying that Ukrainians do not exist unless they recognize themselves as part of great Russian people. So basically, I do not exist. You see? Right, and so we would like to be sovereign, independent, and decide by ourselves, not by Putin. So again, what's happening in Ukraine is the idea of the aggressor to destroy the whole nation, to destroy the whole country. In this situation, but basically your question was it possible to prevent the war? And I think this is really, really important. So I will start to answer it. With dictators and aggressors, appeasement doesn't work. It didn't work before World War II with Hitler. It didn't work with Putin. You know, after invasion to Georgia, after war in Syria with all the crimes conducted by Russian forces, after annexation of Crimea, after the war in Donbass, And at all these points, the Western reaction was weak. You know, there were continuous and very, very, I would say, naive thinking about, okay, let's have negotiations. Let's sit and talk and have a middle line. And we tried to explain to our Western partners, no, to the whole community, basically, international community, because the annexation of Crimea was denounced by 100 countries. The present war was denounced by 140 plus countries, including Cyprus. So, you know, this appeasement, you know, actually only stimulated Putin, you know, to more and more aggressive acts, and finally to the full-scale war never seen in Europe since World War II. So unfortunately, these people like Putin and other dictators who would like to have wars, they have only one incentive, you know, to stop the war or not to start it, you know, the language of force. So we need to show real red lines for such a behavior. Now, if we see that international law doesn't work, that all the treaties are violated, that now Russia is declaring its desire to destroy the whole nation, and Russia doesn't want negotiations, so what should we do? If you are attacked, your territory is occupied, and the aggressor is saying that you do not exist, what would you do? Today, actually, I've been to National Struggle Museum here in Cyprus. This is a different situation, definitely in different contexts, but we do not agree to that. We continue to fight. But, you know, to fight the aggressor, we need the weapons. And at this point, what Russians are doing, actually, Russians are bombarding the whole Ukraine. Today there were 2 air alarms. I know about it because we have it in our phones, so I know about it. 2 times there was air alarm in Kyiv, so Kyivites had to go to shelter. And what we are asking right now, we ask for more weapons, to close the skies. We ask, Russians are bombarding us from their strategic bases deep inside Russia, and we cannot respond. You know, so we have Western weapons to respond, but we are not allowed to do that. And that's why we are asking for understanding of the West, that you cannot stop aggressor only by, you know, praying or only by asking him to stop. We need not only military weapons, we need economic sanctions. Very important to stop Russian aggression. We need Russian isolation. In the same way, for example, in culture, sport, other issues, Olympic Games, in the same way as South African apartheid regime, you know, was isolated by international community. So we need your support of the whole international community. Again, we are thankful to Cyprus, Republic of Cyprus, for this support. We will continue to fight in any case, and by continuing fighting, we are defending the whole Europe, and we are defending your values. Thanks a lot. Evcharisto.
I will follow up with questions after.
Sure.
Thank you, Andreas. I want to go back to the theme of the conference, but I want to depart from the concept of red lines, because if we discuss about geopolitics and security and wars, the concept of red line is very important, and I believe that Americans, for example, in Syria know it very well. Red line in Ukraine. Obviously, Mr. Haran, you are right.
Professor Haran.
Professor Haran, sorry. When Russia invaded Ukraine, obviously it crossed the red line. But red line, if they are credible, they need to be enforced. But there needs to be the political willingness to enforce them. So, you know, I believe in the Latin word, tertium non datur, so there is no third way. And so, like in the end, in the war between Russia and Ukraine, there are only and sadly, two ways. One way is to fight until someone loses, because we know that in order to make peace after a war, there needs to be someone that loses and someone that wins. Take, for example, the Second World War, or any other war in which there has been a clear loser and a clear winner. I come from a country, Italy, that was a clear loser of the Second World War. And after that, we acknowledged it, and we live peacefully with the Western community. So when a war ends, there needs to be a precise winner and precise loser. And what does it mean? It means that if Ukraine wants to win, more weapons, and I say, obviously I am exaggerating, it's paradoxic, but just to understand the point, if the West, if America, if the European Union, if every single state of the European Union, because I tend to think more about single nation state. I believe that nation states are more important than the European Union. It's the nation states that decide the foreign policy, not the European Union, and the security, because I believe that security, defense are the core of nation states. It's not the core of the European Union. It's the core of every nation states, because a nation states, it's about its culture, it's about its language, it's about common roots. So defense and security is at the heart of every single nation state. So if every single nation state of Europe plus America wants to defend Ukraine, they need to send their soldiers to defend Ukraine and need to fight. It's paradoxic. It's a paradox. I am exaggerating. So, but obviously, in reality, it's more weapon. In a paradox, send people to fight. The other side of the equation, in which tertium non datur, is a compromise, in which there is top-level diplomacy, in which the two presidents speak and they come to a compromise. That's it. This is the two sides of the possible resolution of the war in Ukraine. Getting back to the architecture, the European security architecture after the war in Ukraine, obviously the first answer that you have in mind, it's about common defense. But as I have told you before, this is very difficult. Obviously, I'm not going into the technicalities. I have done politics in the past, so I'm trying to think about in a political way and think about how political ruling classes and how political leaders think, not at the technical way on the I want to do it, we will do it. The strategy is I'm trying to think about what is possible. I'm trying to think about what is possible given the current and given also the future leadership in the European nation states. Common defense policy, it means that you need to have a common army, common defense, but defense, it's about the politics of a nation state, and as we have noticed, single nation states in Europe have different approach towards war in Ukraine. They have even different approach towards the war between Israel and Hamas. So it's very difficult to put in the same table a common security architecture vis-à-vis the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Because every single country in Europe, given its geography, its story, rooted in not centuries but millenniums of stories rooted in Europe, they have different perspective and different approaches towards Russia and towards Ukraine. Some countries might be more harsh on the issues. Some countries, given their relationship, given their culture, given their language, given their history, they might have different opinions on the war. Take, for example, Hungary. Hungary is the one that is voting every time against every sanctions on Russia. Why? Because they have history, because they have a culture, they have a different approach towards the war. Like it's really, really difficult to harmonize. It's easy to harmonize the political views on easy tasks. It's very difficult to harmonize political views with something called defense and security, which are the art of the nation state, and it's the things that let you win or lose elections. Because remember that the business of a politician, and I'm speaking about someone that has done politics, it's about winning or losing elections. Obviously, it's about the well-being of population, it's about, obviously, but the business of a politician is to arrive at the electoral meeting and win. And when we speak about defense and security, these are something that politicians and political rulers want to take for themselves, and rightly so, because it's the heart of what a nation state is. So, common security architecture in Europe, it's very difficult, but we have to understand, I'm trying to change the title of the panel, the security architecture after the possible end of the war in Ukraine. So we can have different security architecture, if we want to call it like this, given on how the conflict ends. European security. A different European security architecture after the end, after the possible end of the war in Ukraine. I will take it like this. Putative end. If it stops with a compromise, does it stop with after 10 years of conflict? I believe that we can discuss about it after.
What would you like me to talk about? Whatever you want.
Well, we shall see. Oh, thank you. Shall I take that? All right. Well, before I shock you a bit, I'd better tell you that as a historian, a pedantic historian, and an ex-British diplomat who researches archives crazily, who's done that for many years, I can simply quote one of my late medieval heroes, Guicciardini, that things have always been the same, that the past sheds light on the future, but the same things return only with different names and colors, which is what I see. We use this word innovation and change in such a big way, but believe me, at the basis of everything is the human individual, which becomes the group, the family, the group, and then becomes the bigger group, the corporation, and finally a state. In that connection, I get very worried about the way people use the word nation state. It's too fuzzy. It all goes back to 1648 when they had a few things in Germany and they allowed Protestants and Roman Catholics to do blah, blah, blah. No, a nation is a nation and a state is a state. And I prefer to use the word state, interstate relations, rather than international relations, which is emotional and fuzzy and ideological and political. Interstate relations, you can be much clearer in your analysis. I quote, before I begin to shock you, I now quote one of my favorite historians, A.J.P. Taylor. A historian must not hesitate, even if his books help and comfort the Queen's enemies, or even the common enemies of mankind. In other words, I'm not a party political designer academic, I'm not a nasty, difficult, non-ideological historian. Now, the title of my very brief expose was Cyprus as a Geopolitical Tool, Myth, Reality, and Academic Propaganda. I think that says enough. We all know that there are many academics who are paid in one way or another, who get promoted for saying the right thing. I know of some myself, none in this room luckily, who get money from the British Foreign Office to downplay Britain's terrible naughtiness over Cyprus. The current trend is to downplay the bad and the ugly and emphasize the few good things. That's wrong, because history comes back and bites you. Because everything for me is down to the individual, and you must look at atavism, emotional, nostalgia, individual hatred, fear. Take a look at some of the people who determine what goes on in the world. How about Heinz Kissinger, otherwise known as Henry Kissinger? I have a list of quotes here about him, which will shock you. Very nasty criticisms from other diplomats. But people like that, when they get into the public eye and when they gain power, can be extremely dangerous. Boris Johnson's another one. He's not even that English, you know, if you look at his ethnic background, but like many, he becomes more English than the English. as we know that about many immigrants, and I'm not criticizing them or semi-immigrants, they love the country they go to, and I understand that. But they become almost more English and more American, take a look at the Cubans, than the actual Americans and the English. And they can be dangerous. They can be nationalistic. Now, as a historian, I'm very skeptical about any form of nationalism, whether it's Russian or Ukrainian. I'm skeptical, and it leads to war.
Can you explain what is Ukrainian nationalism?
Well, people who stand up and shout anti-Russian slogans because they hate the Russians. They used to love the Russians once, but
Have you ever seen them?
So have I what?
Have you seen them?
Seen whom?
Ukrainians who are saying anti-Russian slogans. Never ever.
I'm afraid
Never,
that
ever.
there's a lot of hatred which is developed from we all know that. From reading everything, yes.
We have a lot. Let me just.
Look,
you know,
can I
explain,
carry on? You interrupted.
Because it's
At the
important.
end.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, I will.
I'm just saying I find nationalism leads to extremism, which is very dangerous. I respect you for loving your country. Is that enough? I hope so.
No.
Now then, good. Oh, cheese, old boy. Now then, there we go. The question of European defense. We all know that the European army failed in 1954. The US was desperate to have one because it would have been under US control. But of course, it failed by one vote in the French Parliament. This is what led to the Brussels Treaty Organization, which led to NATO, and therefore the Cold War, of course. Russia was also, being a bit difficult at the time. We know that after the war, the Berlin airlift, but Russia did not start NATO. NATO began, and the Warsaw Pact didn't come till a few years later, worth remembering. Also worth remembering, and this is the Cyprus context, that as regards the Cold War in the Balkans, that happened because Britain brought America into the Balkans with the Truman Doctrine. Aided and abetted by a so-called Labour government that had a very Churchillian anti-Russian policy. Because Britain has always feared and hated Russia since at least 1791, when William Pitt, William Pitt criticized them very badly. That's when the Cold War began, actually. It's all about the great game and fear and anger and fury and who controls the Dardanelles. And that's one of the reasons why Britain got Cyprus, to watch over a dying Ottoman Empire, Russia. We must look at everything, not just the propaganda, everybody. Anyway. So, if you look at European security, NATO was formed. Ever after, there were still movements to have a European army. Now, the Soviet Union, I don't think, would have minded a European army, provided it was independent of NATO. That was the big question. Ever since then, Britain and America have fought tooth and nail against any effort to have a proper European army. This is very well known. Totally against it. And that's one of the reasons why Britain, on the US's behalf, supported the enlargement, the huge enlargement of the European Union, 10 countries, which half destroyed efficient administration. Because human beings can only do so much. You had so many countries trying to have a coherent policy, extremely difficult, institutionally, administratively, and even psychologically. And so the situation now is that Britain and America will never want a European army because that's a competitor for NATO. Full stop. So we talk about European architecture. The word architecture worries me. I would say that things are becoming currently more chaotic, especially with this Ukraine business, which is a proxy war. Make no mistake what happened. I do not believe that Moscow, during the Soviet Union, ever considered the Ukraine to be part of Russia, by the way, during the Soviet Union. Now, after that, obviously, we know about the historical, the Kievan Rus and all that. We know... Hi. We know about the Kievan Rus and all that. We know the history. We know there are two sides of the story, even 5 sides. We know that there are many people in Ukraine, the more Polish, Lithuanian types who helped the Germans in the war. Okay, and we know that the East is mainly Russian-oriented psychologically. We know these facts. We can't deny them. Russia broke the international law, of course, in invading. Sadly, it had its reasons. What had Russia seen? It had seen NATO expanding in 1999 and bombing Belgrade illegally in a big PR operation to bring in Poland, etc., did nothing. We then saw them destroying Libya, nothing. We then saw them going into Iraq on a lie. Oh, don't mention that, please. Oh, no. We then saw that, and then we saw the Americans trying to destabilize Syria, and the Russians said, "Niet, enough is enough." And then we saw the Russian NATO, this manic machine with no reverse gear, trying to expand and expand, not only for geopolitical reasons, because geopolitics is a very crude pseudoscience, I hope you all know that. And Russia just said, no, let's try, let's say we want a neutral Ukraine, we love you. And no, they couldn't. And then you had this funny woman, Victoria Nuland, coming over and saying, F the EU, and the legitimate leader of Ukraine had to get out. And then the killing started against the Russian-speaking population because they wanted to be a little more independent. Okay, it happens in countries. Ask the Americans. And so we are where we are. They have the Minsk agreements, which it was later admitted by Angela Merkel was simply a way to keep on the war, not to have peace. And so obviously, you know, clearly we're in a mess now. With a mess, they're not a very good Ukrainians, I suspect, who also understand the Russian position, but they have to be very careful. There are a lot of people who love Russia and a lot of Russians who love Ukraine. Now, my contacts in Moscow, I won't say who, one or two of them, the academics, are critical of what Russia has done. Of course they are. Of course they are. But by and large, most of them think that the West, it's against the West. Ukraine is a victim of NATO's desires. I'm sorry to put it so crudely. And there's a connection with Cyprus. Because Ukraine, like Cyprus, I think is also a victim of the greed of international armchair power politics. I'm sorry, but that's the end. You can ask me any specific questions you want. I've got quotes here to shock you about the 1944, 1947, which is when the Cyprus problem really began, the writing on the wall. I've got so many quotes, it's embarrassing, but I'm boring you now, I'm boring myself, so I'll stop for now.
Okay, thank you. We have four different perspectives. I will not try to synthesize, but just share a few points and also raise some questions to our speakers here. Now, when we talk about the European security architecture, in literature, there may be two perspectives. One, can Europe build a common security architecture? And if yes, who will participate in that? Okay. The members of the Union or who else? And then the second perspective, can we have a security architecture like the times of the Cold War, when Washington and Moscow would sit down and sign a treaty, 1, 2, 3. And that is the issues in the literature. Okay. So this is in relation to that. Now, coming to the three questions. The questions is that the two common questions for everybody is that could the war have been avoided? Okay. Could the invasion have been prevented? One question is that. The second one is position yourself in relation to the security architecture. I'm talking about either way. And then the third, which is specific to you, I understand that you raised the question that the issue of accession of Ukraine to the Union has been security driven. In the case of Cyprus too, when we wanted to become members of the Union, that was one of our motives. We understand that we feel better to be in the Union, but we don't feel we do not feel absolute security. And if, God forbid, we have a new attack by Turkey, I don't have any illusions. Okay. And the other element is the economic side. Have there been any studies about the time it would take for accession and the economics behind it?
Sure. Thank you for these big questions, and I also want to react to the comments made by other speakers, as we may not agree on a number of things. Now, just to come back to my points I raised when I had my first intervention, this war, definitely, I mean, the strategy that EU has followed with strategic ambiguity, not offering Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova clearly membership perspective, did not deter Russia from invading them, right? So this we know didn't work. Has this been on the table? Has these countries were promised the membership to the NATO at the Bucharest summit? Perhaps the war would have been avoided, but it just didn't happen, right? We have clear counterfactuals. Coming back to the comments I've heard about that this is a proxy war dictated by the NATO desires. I just want to go back to the history and see how those countries, I have just before Russia invaded Georgia, right, asked for the NATO membership, and whether the NATO, what was NATO's response? They were not politically ready. They were militarily ready. They were not politically ready to offer those countries the membership, right? So whose desire was there? The desire was coming from the sovereign states that fairly should have their own free choices to make which alliance to join, right? This is the sovereign state. This is the international law we're talking about. And this desire certainly did not come from the NATO, and history has it, right? Now, coming to another point about security architecture, European security architecture. Now, what we are seeing here, the way geopolitics has emerged is that because the European Union has not expanded its borders, this is why Russia brought the borders closer to the European Union. Again, coming from Georgia, where we have hundreds of years of history, Russia invading its neighbors, we know that history has it that Russia has been aggressor, right? This is simply a lot of wars we have in the region. And EU had to be smarter and see if I do not expand and if I do not foresee building my security in order to be ready to expand, then there is another player in the region who will move borders closer to me. And that's what exactly happened. As I said, EU has not been proactive, it has been reactive, and we've seen the war. Now, coming to the other points raised by Mirko, I think, about the security and defense, which of course is very, very sensitive topic in the European Union, and the reason why European Union doesn't have a common, I mean, okay, we have common foreign security, CFSP, but okay, how strong that is, that's a question, right? Why we don't have the common defense union? Why EU doesn't have a clear common security policy and foreign policy? Why the member states are divided? Precisely as the points you made, right? That member states are divided. The question, and we know that they are divided. The question is whether this model is working. And my comment, as coming from Brussels and the expert working on those, is just simply not working because the European Union. This makes European Union a very, very weak player. When the member states cannot have one position on the Middle East, it just makes the EU, at the hilarious role at the global stage, and it doesn't really serve the EU security interest as the Union. Of course, there are divisions, but the question is, which European Union we want to have. And again, here, we go back to the treaty. Treaty defines what is the Union stand on, right? European Union is founded on the European values and democratic values. When we talk about Hungary and Hungary's disagreement, of course, they have different standpoint, but also look at what's happening to Hungary. This is a country where there is a democratic backsliding, right? So the question we should be asking when the member states of the European Union go against the treaty and they no longer fit, or they go against the European values, should they be in the Union? Because if the Union goes apart or the member states go out of these European values and the democratic values, then of course they make the Union as a weaker point, and it does not serve anybody's interest. Is it in Italy's interest or is it in Hungary's interest to have wars in the region? I don't think so. And how do we solve the wars in the region? We have the common voice, otherwise it doesn't work. I will come to the other point you raised indeed. And another thing, of course, economic side of it, as you rightly asked, because you cannot build the common security union, you cannot have the army if you don't put the money in it, and the EU's budget is tiny, by the way, and the spending on defense in general is not to the standards we're learning it now. Whether, and the question the way you phrased it, whether we can have it, we can have it.
No, I didn't ask. Don't put words into my mouth.
Sure.
I asked you, did you study economics of it?
Sure. But the question, no. The question was, can we have it? Like, we can have the European security architecture that works for the Union. The question is whether should.
Before we talking about the economics, the first question was the economics. Are there any economic studies about the timing of accession and the,
sure.
and the timing of that is this, and then we can talk about the European security.
Sure. Okay, coming back to the economic side of the enlargement, the timing, we go back to the statements of the European Commission officials where we see that the horizon to reach the horizon is 2030, that, you know, EU may expect to have the new member states, but whether they will all accede the European Union, whether it's going to be just tiny Montenegro, economically small, tiny Montenegro, that's a big question mark. And I would say that very much depends how the war ends and when the war ends, right? Has been the EU getting ready for the next enlargement wave? Definitely. It's the first steps, but it's definitely getting there and starting working on it. And you see that economically by putting forward Ukraine facility, which is 50 billion, and you see that creating more money, fresh money, 6 billion for the Western Balkan countries through another facility for Western Balkans. And of course, there has to be more money put in there, but you already see the revisions of the multi-annual financial framework, MFF, which is the EU budget, and there will be more to follow given the needs of these countries. And we don't have clear horizons, and I don't think we will have the clear horizons before, you know, these were basically ends. And coming back to another point that comes back to the enlargement. I'm sorry? No, I think I've tried to incorporating because they are very much overlapping.
I will insist to get an answer.
On
what I asked, and I will ask you one more question.
Sure. No, you ask me the question. Because I believe I answered to the questions.
I didn't get it. Okay.
Could you repeat the question which I didn't answer? No, I want to answer the question.
Forget the economics, we have done it. With the European security architecture, how do you see it? A common security by members of the European Union plus others to be enlarged or whatever, or an architecture based on an agreement within the framework of Washington and Moscow signing something?
Well, Russia unfortunately doesn't have a good reputation of sticking to the treaties or signed agreements. That doesn't give me enough, enough evidence to support that idea.
It's fine, I respect it, okay. And another question, would you support the same kind of sanctions against Russia for Turkey?
Which sanctions do you have? The 14 packages of sanctions that
all
EU...
All sanctions that have been imposed against Russia and have been pursued 100% by the Republic of Cyprus, would you do the same for Cyprus, for Turkey?
Yeah, indeed, there is no same situation, but...
Oh, it's worse. It's occupation of 40%. It's occupation of 40%.
For 50 years.
For 50 years.
To a member state.
Yes, we're a member state. And many times when we go to European fora, they tell us to show understanding to the pride of the Turks. That's what I hear when I go to European think tanks. If I dare say the word, reprimand, I'm asked to keep my mouth shut. And I hope this does not happen in Nicosia. When I'm saying sanctions to Turkey, I have not, by the way, argued for that. But I'm saying, if I were to argue, would you support it?
I don't have a clear answer to that because
I did not expect that you would have.
No. Because I do not. No. Because I do not specialize on this particular conflict. However,
Get me a specialist.
However, I mean, Turkey, in my view, deserves a lot of sanctions in general because it has been the spoiler, simply the spoiler in the region. Although the country, Turkey, de facto is the candidate country of the European Union as well.
Does the European Union, does Turkey respect international granted signatures?
Well,
don't you think there's an anachronism? In the 74, was Cyprus part of the EU? So are you asking whether the EU should adopt sanctions against Turkey for facts?
No, I mean, no.
In my mind, this is logic that I cannot. This is logic that I cannot follow.
It was negotiated when Cyprus got into the EU.
No.
Thank you for getting us into it.
I will tell you, because I took time in second track diplomacy at the time. I can tell you for the European Union, there were two things. First, if it had not allowed Cyprus, it would have given veto to a non-member, Turkey, it was not the first time. Second, Greece would have vetoed the expansion of the other countries, as simple as that. This is life. Anyway, I would leave it at that. Yes.
Your question.
I will come to you. I will come to you and you can say whatever you want. Okay, so the questions again to you, my dear colleague, is could have the war been prevented? And I will take you one step forward. Assume that we turn the clock back, not to 2020, let's take 2010, and you are the advisor to the Ukrainian government, and we can't say take a preemptive move because there are clouds, and if we were to agree to neutrality and we get everybody to sign that the territorial integrity of Ukraine would be upheld, what would you have done at the time?
Okay, but we were a neutral country. We were a neutral country, and we got guarantees.
I heard you, but at the same time, I remember even in Cyprus, I mean, like when we were reading the reports, they was talk about NATO then. I'm not taking a part in this. I just want to ask if, for example, I will tell you something as a Cypriot. In the case of Cyprus, Cypriots were used in the past. Cypriots were used in the past to destabilize President Makarios, and we will have the Turks coming. And many times I ask those compatriots Cypriots, with what you know now, would you have done it then? Sometimes I don't get an answer, sometimes they don't talk to me. They see me and they turn the corner, not to avoid responding to me, because they hated President Makarios. And the question I was saying to you is that, was there anything that could have been done to prevent this great tragedy? Because it is a tragedy. It is a tragedy for Ukraine, it is a tragedy for Russia, it's a tragedy for Europe. And talking about sanctions, we are here too, not only the Department of State, Europeans as a whole. So that's the question about it. Was there anything that could have been done to prevent it, or was it inevitable, in your perspective? That's what I'm getting at.
Yes. Okay, first of all, we cannot equate aggressor and its victim. Look, Ukraine, because you said tragedy for Ukraine, tragedy for Russia.
For the peoples, I'm talking about...
What tragedy for the peoples of Russia? Are they bombarded? 14 million Ukrainians are IDPs. Do we have IDPs in Russia?
I follow with what you're saying. I'm sorry if I did not express well. I don't think even an aggressor nation, people are happy with it.
So what do you say about that?
Me and Russian people support the region.
Look.
Okay, I put it, let me not take, I take your point in the sense, not to equate the question, that was there anything that could have been done to prevent it?
Well, okay.
That's what I'm trying to get.
First of all, I think it's very, as I have said already, as I have already said, look, I think before 2014 and actually before 2022, it was very comfortable for the West to live in a world which overpassed the Cold War. Okay, so they wanted to have a business. Okay, Russia is peaceful, Russia is integrating into Europe, so we will have all this negotiation, business as usual, despite aggression against Georgia, Syria, Crimea, and so on and so forth. And it appeared to be appeasement of aggressor. So I think there should be, like, by the way, like maybe it's difficult for me to compare, despite the fact that I visited your museums of national struggle, but it's difficult for me to compare because I'm not, a specialist here. But if there were sanctions if maybe they would work. So I'm talking now, but I am talking about Ukraine. If there were, decisive steps by the West in all these cases of Russia's aggression, maybe Russia would refrain. Yes. Now, as a pedantic historian and political scientist, I think it's always necessary to stick to the facts. Okay? And that's why it's really, for me, I'm so surprised. For the third year of the full-scale invasion and 10 years of the Russia's war against Ukraine, again to hear these Russian arguments of Russian propaganda, of Russia today, about that Ukrainians were anti-Russian and so on and so forth. We need to have facts to discuss it. So maybe I will surprise Mr. Madison. By the way, have you ever been to Ukraine?
Only Moscow.
Okay, that's, you know, so the problem, the problem is that after the war in Ukraine, actually many people appear to be specialists on Ukraine without even, visiting Ukraine. So maybe so may I explain to you, just listen to what I say, that I am half Ukrainian and half Russian, okay? Guess what was my native language?
Your native language? It depends where you're born and...
In Kyiv, in the capital of Ukraine.
What language your mother spoke to you, whether your mother was Russian or...
My father was Ukrainian, my father was Ukrainian.
And your mother?
Formerly Russian, Basically, she was Ukrainian, but because of this... Exactly. Well,
Except the further west you get, the more Polish dialect...
okay, so this is for you to understand the situation, that we Ukrainians, before this war, we were all bilingual. And if I may show this graphic, this is the attitude to Russia. Red, positive attitude to Russia. Look, very positive. And then it collapsed. And then it collapsed. Positive attitude to Russia, then it collapsed. What year? 2014. Because of Russian aggression. So basically here, it's not a gray situation. It's black and white situation. There is aggressor, and the victim. And unfortunately, the West and international community in general were not able to put the red lines. Again, for you, Mr. Madison, to understand what we have in Ukraine right now, look, after Russian aggression in 2014, actually many Ukrainians of Russian origin, Russians who lived in Ukraine, Russian-speaking Ukrainians, in the same way as Crimean Tatars or Jews or even Hungarians, they joined Ukrainian army to defend Ukraine. It means, it looks strange for you, right? But it means, so Russian speakers and Russians who were in Russia, they were saying in Russian, we are defending Ukraine. So we have this idea of political nation. It doesn't matter, what is your ethnic origin, what is your language, what is your, religious denomination. So this is called political nation. And that's what we have in Ukraine. And if you... Yeah. No, I am not emotional. I am just giving... Look, you are saying... I'm sorry. You are saying that it's because I love my country. I love my country. But I know the facts. And, in every country which I visit, I would like to see something to understand the country. So my first advice to you would be to go to Ukraine, to go to Kyiv, to go to Western Ukraine and see by your own eyes if there are Ukrainians, who are beating those Russian speakers, as Russia is saying. Now, yes, this would be very good. I would be happy to be a host. Now, let's move to European security architecture. And here I would agree to a great extent with Mr. Mirko Giordano. Okay, so basically about the title, after the war in Ukraine, it's very, but what do we mean? The end of the war in Ukraine. And here we are coming to different scenarios. We are realistic. So we understand that there would be no total Russian victory. But Russia may try to keep the occupied territories. Actually, they declared annexations of these territories. So the question here is, and the question is again for EU, for NATO, for other countries in the global south, we need to have just peace, not just peace, based on ceasefire line. Because in this case, Russia would keep, all the annexed territories. But we need a just peace. Just peace includes many points, okay, including punishment and all these things. I will not talk about punishment. But the point number one for Ukrainians is to keep territorial integrity of Ukraine. Full stop. If we don't have such a peace, it's not a just peace. Okay? It's written in the UN Charter, it's recognized by other countries. So there are many voices which I hear in the West or in global South. Ukrainians, be realistic. It's not possible, to defeat Russia. It's not possible. You need to have a compromise. Give up these territories to Russia. Is it the right approach? I don't think so. Because in this case... Pardon? Okay, look. Okay, so...
I would agree with the word justice and territorial integrity. As a Cypriot, I cannot do anything else than that. But
okay, I understand your situation. So I understand this situation, okay? But in our situation, again, it wouldn't be just peace. Would you like to live in the world of jungle, where aggressor would dictate, nuclear aggressor would dictate, I would like to have you, and if you support Ukraine, we have our nuclear bomb.
If I may, point taken. I was not going to make this point, but I think...
And let me just end one...
1 minute. I think, by definition, there are three possibilities in the war today. One, Russia is victorious. Two, Ukraine is victorious. And three...
Frozen conflict.
Frozen conflict, like Korea, like Cyprus, and all that.
But this would be...
And I have been reading reports from different perspectives about possibilities, so what possibilities there are. As a social scientist, I can put possibilities there and all that. The most probable to me is cold peace until then. And then the question is that what is signed and what is not signed. Because it's a real situation. And you talk about justice. I hope that's the world we should be living into and avoid the jungle. And living next to Turkey before 74, it was 40 kilometers. Now it's about a kilometer from here. And we don't know about tomorrow which time. That's it.
But so let me finish. Okay. In this in this situation, if we agree, I understand, that there are many forces, which think, well, it's necessary to have a compromise. But it's like having compromise with devil.
I'm not saying. I said.
I am saying compromise. Okay, I am because. No, friends, excuse me. May I just end, Okay, so, I'm saying compromise because we hear about it. So the compromise with devil, the compromise with Hitler would lead to further war and to further aggressions. So that's why, yes, there is a realism, but there are two answers to that. If we have devil who is coming to us, we may resist him, like we did during World War II. Or we may agree to demands by the devil. There are two possible situations. So the future will depend on all of us. First of all, Ukrainians, then international community. This is difficult, yeah.
Frozen conflict is not being compromised. Compromise when you sign something.
Okay,
we haven't
but
signed anything.
Yeah, but
it's
we have
frozen conflict, and we thought at the time it was the best under the circumstances. I think if that will continue, Cyprus will have to take it away.
Okay.
All of it, nobody would have given a
final phrase. First scenario, which you mentioned, Russia will not win over Ukraine. That's clear. Nobody believed that Ukraine would survive in 2 or 3 days after Russian aggression. Russia was defeated near Kiev. So that's very important to remember. We can defeat Russia.
do you have some questions?
The same I asked. The same. I would finish and then I would give this. The question is that could have the war been prevented, and how do you envision the European security architecture after the war in Ukraine? And then the question, the definition of European security architecture is true. A common European security structure for members of the Union plus others who would be in the enlargement process, or a situation where you see the United States and Russian Federation signing something.
I believe that the war could have been avoided with another president of the United States, pretty much. You know, like we are now. I've been interviewed like dozens of times on the war in Ukraine during the summer, and every time they ask me, when do you think like that the war will end? At what time? At what stage is the war? And they always ask me about the latest Russian attack and the latest Ukrainian counterattack. And I say, like, listen, like this is just like a game. It's like tit for tat. And we are waiting for the elections in America pretty much to understand where this is going. And in the future, if I am seeing in the future, I would say that the elections in America will decide whether or not someone at least will try to stop the war. And I'm sorry, but if we don't want to have a Cyprus-like situation with a frozen conflict, in which like the conflict will go for other X years, something has to be done, and has to be done in two ways, or like a blow in which someone win and someone else lose, or a compromise. And the nature of the compromise, I don't know. I'm not like a mind reader, like you can see like on the policy of the two candidates in the American elections. If the Democratic candidate is going to win, we will have, like, I believe, a conservation of the status quo pre ante. If the other candidate is going to win, we will have like something new which we still don't know, and perhaps can be a compromise, a peace. What is the content of the possible peace? We don't know. We can try to guess it. This is not my ideas, but I can try to guess it. And the stone, if you launch a stone, pretty much you know where it lands. And the possible compromise would be that one part is going to Russia and the other part is going to NATO or the European Union. This is pretty much, you know, the content of a possible compromise. I'm not saying something new to the audience and not even something new for you, Professor. This is something that is pretty much well known. So I would say that the conflict could have been avoided if someone else was sitting at the White House. You are saying no. At the Kremlin, it's very difficult to have someone new sitting in the Kremlin. I don't think about that Russian politics can change with new leaders.
Even before 14, earlier Ukrainian people, not politicians, declared that they share values with the European Union, and people wanted integration.
I'm not making.
Appointed by Putin, Yanukovych was thrown by people from the country. He, in his presidency,
No, I'm not speaking about values. I'm not speaking about. Can I speak? Can I speak? Can I speak? Can I speak? I want to. No, I understand, but like, I understand like the emotions. I understand them.
We have two gentlemen to my right to finish, and then.
No, I understand about the emotions, but you know, like I am here to speak about power play, because what counts, it's not about UN Charter or what the international law is saying, because some players, we have to acknowledge the fact that some players in the world don't play with the rules that we in the West accept. Some play. I am telling you, I am trying to answer. It happens that the war started. And it started because someone started and they didn't, like the fact is that Putin invaded Ukraine for some reason and that's it. But because there wasn't someone that was ready to sit on the table and recognize the devil. The fact is that, for example, see what happened with the Second World War, okay? In which there was like one man that was the evil, which was Hitler, which now you can make the parallel with Vladimir Putin. One British guy go there and speak with the devil. Wait a second. A British guy went there, the British Prime Minister went in Germany to speak with the evil, and he went back to the motherland saying, oh, we have an agreement, okay? But this didn't work, and the next Prime Minister of Great Britain declared war. But the British people and American people actually fought a war. So we have to understand that if you want to uphold some values, you need to put the skin in the game. At that time, it was, let's say, easier to put the skin in the game, and like French people knows it because they have fought alongside British, and they have fought alongside Americans. At that time, it was easier because there wasn't something called atomic bombs. And now states states that have atomic bombs decide the foreign policy. Like, for example, if we have a European common army, who do you think would be the commander-in-chief of the European common army? The only country that have nuclear bombs, which is France, and rightly so. Like, who can shape better security if the guy that can, decide the security because they have the deterrent to decide it? You can rotate atomic bombs. I don't think that France would agree on that. And rightly so. If I was a French leader, I would not agree to rotate my only deterrence against a foreign invasion. Because now we live in peace and we don't think about, like, power play. We live in peace, so we think about that we can solve everything with international law. There are some players that don't play the same game in which we are playing. So I'm saying, if you want to defeat Russia, and you don't want to end up in a frozen war, so like, I want to be clear. If you want to defeat, finally, Russia, and you don't want to end up in a situation like Cyprus, in a situation like Israel and Transjordan, if you don't want to end in the situation of or North Korea, South Korea, you need to give a decisive blow. The decisive blow, you can give it only if you put skin in the game. But it's very difficult nowadays to put skin in the game because Article 5 of NATO. Because if you put skin in the game, so you fight alongside the Ukrainians in order to give the blow to Russia, you will start an atomic war, nuclear war. So, no, I am not interested now. I'm not interested. No, let me finish. What's your name? Anna, let me finish.
The thing with Turkey, like we say about conflict now, yes, I would impose sanctions and eliminate affairs with Turkey, because whenever we see the dictatorship, the Korea, the Turkey, the other Bashar Assad, and all the country which has dictatorship, they're fighting with civilized countries.
I want to say this one way. You see, there are two things. How I would like the world to be. And in that aspect, I am a Ghanaian. How I would like the world to be, and how the world is. You know something? The Security Council of the United Nations has never condemned a naturally, more ideals. Now, I can have a vision that when I study things, I have learned to see them the way they are, not the way I would like them to be. And I recall from my younger years, high school years, and elementary school years in Cyprus, the tragic of President Makari, who was the leader of the longest government for in Greece, he came and told the people that we have to search what is feasible and not what is desirable. And they hated him for that. And there were assassination attempts, even a coup. And instead of Enosis with Greece, we got Enosis with Turkey. This is a tragedy. I remember as a child listening when he would speak. And because he started his personality, it was a tragedy. A man who gave an oath as an attribution for Enosis, and then told his people, we have to work on this feasible. It's a long story, and each case has its own, no story, no case is identical. The similarities and differences. So, I mean, for me, it is a tragedy what is taking place. Before I turn to you into Panagiotis in a week, I want to finish with the possibility here, then I will take the final round of questions. Yes,
Well, firstly, to support what you just said, which is also in line with my view on sanctions, it's a British Foreign Office high-level paper was written then, and it's the same now, and it's this: we should also recognize that in the final analysis, Turkey must be regarded as more important to Western strategic interests than Greece, and that if risks must be run, they should be risks of further straining Greek rather than Turkish relations with the West. Now that is still true, whatever the pseudo-bonhomie, backslapping, cultural relations, that is still true at base, completely. Because Turkey is extremely clever at dancing. It's a diplomatic dancer, as we know. And Turkey knows how far it can go. It teases people, and that's it. Now, would you like me to sum up what I said or anything? There's so much. I mean, I could say so much to shock you, but I'm not going to because it's too much. Simply that I still consider the role of emotion and nationalism to be a dangerous factor. I see now that there's a tendency towards atavism in this quarrel, not just politically, but among the people of a country. Atavism, by which I mean, it seems at the moment that the Ukraine, which was secure and safe during the Soviet Union, of course, is going back to, this is looked at from afar, and don't interrupt anybody, please. This is going back, Ukraine is going back, reverting to its territorial situation before 1920, when the borders of Ukraine for 200-300 years were constantly changing. During the Second World War, there were killings between Poles and horrible things going on non-stop, and that we seem to be reverting back to that situation. Remember that the further away you are from something, the less involved, but the closer you get, the bloodier it gets.
Have you heard
About
about Holodomor?
what?
Holodomor.
Holodomor, but can you spell it?
Genocide by most parliamentary word.
Have I heard of the Holocaust? Yeah, yes. Say it again. What do you?
Holodomor.
What are you referring to? Genocide.
By artificially created content.
Which genocide? The world's full of genocide.
1932, 1933.
Yes, there was genocide. The Poles were killing them. They were vice versa. Look, arguing about genocide is not going to get us anywhere. I can't believe this. This is propagandistic bullshit. People are people. After genocide, horrible thing. Yeah, it's going on in Palestine. Genocide, non-stop, every day. And what are we doing? Nothing. And what are we doing in Greece? Instead of paying the pensions on time, we send money to kill Russians. This is the world at the moment. I agree with you. We have to be realistic. Morality, forget it.
Okay.
There's no morality. Do me a favor. Morality.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
So you were talking about three options: otherwise Ukraine wins, or Russia wins, or we have, you said, a compromise, you said a frozen conflict. I would say that there is no third option, because we had this frozen conflict after invasion in 2014. It didn't last long. It lasted for 10 years. If we give Russia time with signing either some compromise, or you call it frozen conflict, it will not last for 50 years. It will last for 5 years, because Russia is already, all Russian economy is on the military basis. They are preparing for war. They moved all their economy into war. They are trading oil and gas, and are making tanks and weapons. That's what's going to happen. In 5 years, they will invade the other part of Ukraine, till Ukraine ends. And then they will come to Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia. And then you know what happens. It is the scenario of World War II. So otherwise, European countries, as you said, will, yes, you go on the same ground and will have this architecture after war in Ukraine, or we have ruins of security in Europe after Russia wins. So this is it. I don't know what other options are there. If you see any other, this frozen conflict, why would Russia have a frozen conflict? I don't see why they would like to have frozen conflict with all the power and abilities they do have.
Thank you very much for your opinion. I'm not a panelist.
It's not an opinion, it's a question.
Yes, I'm not a panelist, I'm not a question, but since I have been tempted, I would say, if it was up to me as a realistic perspective, I would try to see, I would love to see an agreement between Washington and Moscow, and that's the only way from a realist perspective. Panayotis Hedgebal, please, the last question from you, and then
Thank you very much. Even though actually the discussion was revolving around the second part of the sentence, and not the first one, European security architecture, I will try to pose a question on the first. So for the European security architecture, because I'm very interested in this, and I'm participating in the formation of the European security architecture. So the question is, now we are, everybody in Europe and in Brussels, we are speaking about the primacy of NATO as a first pillar of collective defense in Europe. This is what it is said, and it is declared by everybody, by the hierarchy of the European Union. My question is, unfortunately, and I'm always posing this question, everybody is closing his eyes or her eyes to the evasive neutral, to the big elephant in the room, Turkey, who is part of NATO. And my question is, at the moment, during the Ukrainian war, Turkey, in which side supports? Is NATO or Russia? And this actually goes back to my question about the primacy of NATO for collective defense and European versus European strategic autonomy. So I will accept any comment on this.
On Turkish position, right, during the war. Yes?
Because I have the term, as a Cypriot, I have the term territorial integrity of Ukraine. Any Cypriot, all Cypriots would like to see territorial integrity of Ukraine, because if that is lost, there is a precedent that will be used against Cyprus. This is perfect. I wish that would be the case, and but I don't know how difficult it is, given the circumstances. In relation to the security, no matter what, I find it difficult. I find it, the Cold War, it had its problems, but it was more stable than what it is today. That's why I'm talking about the Washington-Moscow agreement, to agree not to bother each other and to have some rules of the game as they have at the time. Today it's worse than the Cuban crisis, which took the war near to a third world war, unfortunately. Emotions, understandable, fully understandable. We, 250 years after, we still have the same and more emotions. I mean, that's it. Thank you very much.
So is it possible to answer
Yes,
questions?
I give everybody 2 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes and then.
Somebody else, I need to concentrate.
Maybe they go first, so I
Yeah, yeah.
comment on every.
Yes, okay, let me start from my right. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, yes. And if you want to be
3 minutes, because
yes,
it's
yes.
about my war,
Okay,
my country.
okay. And you want to be the last one as a lady, it's okay with me, if the gentleman would agree.
Fine. I am flexible.
Okay, yes? You have 2 minutes?
2 minutes? Wow, it's a microcosm of life. All right, since we're in Cyprus, and since in some respects Cyprus can be regarded as a microcosm, and we're talking about frozen conflicts, by the way, don't forget that Japan and Russia still have a frozen conflict. That's another question. I don't think they'll attack each other now. I have written actually here that unless Washington and Moscow agree on an independent and neutral island, which is what Russia has and the Soviet Union have always wanted, which I think would have solved, there would have never been an invasion or a problem, but no, there was a Cold War, you mustn't listen to what the Russians say. Unless they both agree on an independent and neutral island, it will continue to be a case of waiting for Godot, or as the Greeks say, to ayou pote, which is the American policy from the late 50s, a continuing modus vivendi, which is a sweeter euphemism for frozen conflict. Another scenario would be Moscow, Ankara, and Athens, which would annoy the Anglo-Saxons, setting up a plan for an independent and neutral Cyprus. Yet another, and this is heavy, and it may annoy some people in here, would be Moscow's victory over Kiev, or should I say Kyiv, whatever it's called, and therefore a victory over Washington and London, which would almost by default weaken the Anglo-Saxon hold on the bases, which is all that the Cyprus problem is about. The bases. Never forget that, please. A most intriguing scenario, think about this, would be Moscow recognizing occupied Cyprus. Can you imagine how that would put the cat among the pigeons? I don't think they would, but imagine that if they got furious enough with the Cypriot and Greek policy, which is so, pro-Israel and anti, etc., that they could threaten to do that. At any rate, and I finish, because of Cyprus's status as a mere strategic strong point, I'm sorry if the people feel insulted by that description, then as now, its people's fate will depend on the external armchair Cold War warriors who still exist everywhere. Thank you.
I do not doubt what you said, because in 1878 our great-grandfathers went to bed as Ottoman subjects and they woke up as British subjects after a war between Russia and Turkey.
There was Mirko in mind.
The professor can answer.
Which one? On Turkey? Okay, on Turkey. Okay. Actually, the question on Turkey is the easiest one, strangely enough, if it's about Turkish position during the war. So I would say double standards. So at the beginning of the war, they provided drones, which were very effective, Bayraktar, which were very effective during defense of our capital, and then Ukrainian offensive. Now they are not used to a great extent because of the changed situation. Turkey is strictly in favor of territorial integrity of Ukraine because of Crimea factor. They always saying Crimea is Ukraine. They participate in the exchanges of prisoners, so they are having as mediators. So they helped to release Crimean Tatar leaders and many Ukrainian military prisoners. On the other hand, Turkey didn't join sanctions, and Turkey is in good economic relations with Russia. So basically their trade helps Russia to finance the war. So this is the situation, reality of the situation. So we are not very happy about that, but that's how it is. Now, about Caribbean crisis. Who is talking about Caribbean crisis? Where do you hear it from? Where it starts? From Moscow. Because this is the idea of Putin to have nuclear blackmail from Moscow. And now we have the echo from the West, because the West believes in this nuclear brinkmanship. So Putin's strategy, unfortunately here, appears to be ineffective. So Putin, you know, threatened. Putin managed to threaten the whole war with Caribbean crisis and New Salt War. And finally, I would like to react, again, as a pedantic historian. Mr. Mellison said that Ukraine was safe and happy in the Soviet Union. So I wish you never live under communism in the Soviet Union. I know what it is, and historians know what communism actually, how brutal communism was, not only in the whole communist countries, but especially in Ukraine. I do not wish you. And this, for me, it's very interesting to find people in the West who still are saying that communism is, well, shouldn't be denounced because there was stable period and so on and so forth. Thank you.
I believe that the point on Turkey, like you have said it before, like with a small voice, it's Turkey being Turkey, and Turkey being Turkey and behaving like this in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine proves the point that we can speak about and we can lose time speaking about the international order, international law, while in the end it's always about what the political ruling class objectives are in reality. What is the things in the game? Like I don't know, because I don't specialize in Turkey, obviously, but I believe that if Turkey supported first Ukraine and after continues to do trade with Russia, it means that it's pretty much neutral. It's pretty much doesn't want to take any precise stance on the Russian-Ukrainian issue, because it can influence also the stance on Cyprus, NATO, and the fact that Turkey is in NATO, you can also see like the reaction against Israel in the war between Israel and Hamas. Like all the West, all the NATO countries, they are supporting Israel, and Turkey is the only country that supports the other guys. It pretty much. Turkey plays a different game. Like we have to understand that in the West, and when I say West, whenever we are saying West, and whenever I am saying West, I am also a victim of that. When we are saying West, we are speaking about nothing. Like, what is the West? It's a nebulous concept, but it simplifies what we are discussing about. Let's say the European bloc plus America. We play with some rules which don't apply to other political culture. And the political culture of Turkey is different from the political culture of us. And even like despite Turkey being part of NATO, Turkey acquired the freedom to play different games and to be with one foot in the West and in the other foot with the non-aligned countries, with the enemies of the West. Like, how is it possible that Recep Tayyip Erdogan is supporting the Hamas and it's supporting like Hezbollah in the war against Israel, while all NATO says the contrary? Because it has the political willingness to play this role. It's all about having the political willingness to play a role. And for example, my country, let's say the war in Libya, the invasion of Libya, do you think that the invasion of Libya was useful for us as Italians? Obviously, it wasn't useful. But because we don't play the same game as Recep Erdogan, or we don't have the same political bravado that Erdogan has, or Turkey political, because I want to separate what Erdogan is and what Turkey is. Because Erdogan is a byproduct of the Turkish way of doing politics and staying in the international stage. And our prime minister are the byproduct of the Italian way of doing politics and playing in the international chessboard. This is the reality, because it wasn't in our interest to support, because our constitution said that we can declare war, but we have supported the bombings of Libya, that's for sure. Who actually dropped the bomb were the French and the British and the Americans. It wasn't useful for us, but we didn't say nothing, because we don't play the same games that Turkey play. Turkey can play this game because Turkish political elites have been trained. They have a political, social system that support this kind of political game. Our system, and I mean Italian system, political system, doesn't support it, and we tend to align towards what the big guy is saying. That's the reason. We haven't earned this privilege. Turkey, they have earned this privilege.
Thank you. This is better. Just to pick up on some of the points that Mirko has made. I mean, starting from the West, I think more precise to be that we talk about democracies and autocracies and how they engaged, given those, in the international politics, and the ones who abide by the international law and the ones that break the international law. That, for me, would be the starting point and ending point when discussing those things. With the Turkey, I also don't think it's a neutral country. Neutral country does not engage in the weapons trade or does not engage in sanctions circumvention or the supporting. You're not the neutral by the default. And it had very, very transactionalist approach to many things, but I will not go on because I want to be very much focused on the title of our panel, which is European Security Architecture, and I just want to bring up the comments that Xenia has made. Sorry, addressing you by name because I don't see your surname. I think this is a very, very realistic scenario that I also alluded to in my initial interventions, that Russia simply does not stop, and we have hundreds, 200, more than 200 years of history how Russia has been moving its borders. Frozen conflict in the region is not working because it's never really frozen. We had the annexation of Crimea 2014. The war at Donbass has been ongoing. Was it frozen? It was never really frozen. Before that, we had the war, invasion of Georgia. Have the borders stopped moving? No, they're moving up to this date. It's never really a frozen conflict, that it does not simply work. So what Xenia has mentioned, Russia does not stop here. And because EU has not expanded or has not committed to expand, and because the NATO did not find political willingness to expand to the sovereign states that had the desire to join the NATO, this is why Russia started moving the borders, and it will simply not stop there. So this is, I think, very, very realistic scenario, and this is the call to the European Union and to the NATO to find political willingness. I know it's late, but this is the emergency call there. And also, I would like to ask our moderator, I don't want to take more time, but I wanted to ask you if you could share with everybody, so that we are all on the same page, the links about the fact that is Holodomor, because some of the speakers were not informed, so at least we will be all on the same page after the panel ends. Holodomor. Holodomor, that, yes, indeed, the hunger genocide implemented in Ukraine, because some of the speakers didn't know about it, so as the moderator, it would be good that you shared. Sure, but it's Googleable. It's
but okay. Sure. Since you asked me, the moderator, I will share the word with you. At the Cyprus Center for European International Affairs, we used to have occasional meetings to discuss regional European international issues, and then usually we had somebody from the United States, somebody from Russia, somebody from the European Union, additionally perhaps a German and an Israeli. And we're talking about various issues. We're talking about mid-90s. And it was the time when the Russian man complained and he said, the Soviet Union collapsed, the world, Warsaw Pact is not there, why do you push for NATO, why do you need American troops, why do you need American troops in Europe? Okay, then the American guy, who was a White House official, said to the Russian, look, with all due respect, we are not in Europe only for you, we are also here for the generals. Point number one. And then the ten of the Israelis said, okay, when we talk, I understand when we talk about security issues, I understand here we do have two powers. It's the United States, it's Russia, and it's Israel. But you like Europeans said, we cannot take you seriously when you talk about security and foreign policy. When you talk about security policy, it's only policy papers that you restrict. Then you guys need to restrict right now. And I'm afraid I have to agree with you. When you talk about security and foreign policy, you need military force. At this point in time, the European Union cannot use it. That's the way from a realistic perspective when I'm talking about in my mind the security architecture. I go back to the old style, Washington, and also signing something to maintain. I think this is, and in the nuclear era, it's very difficult for a nuclear power to be difficult a total war.
But what gives you the evidence that Russia will stick to the signing deals?
Nothing. You see, I do not have any, like the same way that you feel you perceive Russia, I perceive Turkey. But at the same time, I still want to have a deal with them. Maybe there's now no one. I come from a realistic school of thought. And I'm not ideologically driven for and against the I see certain goals that I want to achieve. And sometimes I may ask myself about issues that are pertinent to me and to us about the desirable. I know what is desirable, but I know if that is not possible, I go to the second best or the third best, which is feasible. And that's my methodology. And I can share with you, I'm finalizing a book in Cyprus on 16 of the public today and way forward, and I'm checking different scenarios as well. I'm not very happy with them, but I have to check them. Because I'm not happy doesn't mean that I'm not going to address them. And I know when to say no, and I want to say thank you very much. It was a very interesting afternoon. Not unexpectedly, different perceptions and ideas about the issue. But I think I come out of this, personally, come out of this event richer, more understanding about the issue.
Thank you very much for your moderation.
Thank you.
It was tough, but nevertheless.
I felt like a referee that we have to whistle between Apollonia and Cyprus and whatever it does, it gets cursed by one or the other.
Είμαι Κυπρέα. 20 χρόνια είμαι στην Κύπρο και έφτασα εδώ που ήμουν 20 χρόνια. So, έχω δύο πατρίδες που έρχονται θέματα.
Thank you so much for your